for dinner?
No, I got an egg and cheese. Oh. Which is one of my favorite Dunkin' Donuts. Probably not healthy, but who cares?
Good evening, everyone. I will open up tonight's Conservation Commission meeting for Thursday, July 25th, 2024. We are meeting in the Quiet Meeting Room, Mashpee Town Hall, 16 Great Neck Road North. Our meeting tonight is broadcast live on local cable channel 8, and it's also streamed live on the Town of Mashpee website. Before we do begin tonight's meeting, if you would like to join me in a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we start, I'd like to take a moment of silence in memory of Bruce Stello, Information Technology Department here at the Town Hall, and Lisa Larson, who was the administrative assistant for the Recreation Department. We lost both of these fine people a few weeks back, and I just would like to take a moment of silence for them. Thank you very much. Okay. Our first agenda item is public comment, and this would be for any issues that are not related to agenda items that we have posted for tonight's meeting. So if there is someone that would like to address the commission with any subjects that we're not hearing tonight, this would be the time. No one here in the audience? Anybody online, Dan, at all? No? Okay, great. So I will dispense with the pre- and post-hearing agendas and move right to the hearing so that we can stay on time. Marjorie?
Question?
Question.
I think it's a point of order, not sure, but I just wanted to know if we had put on the agenda at any time or could do it tonight to come to some conclusion on the issue that I raised about a month ago on hours, starting earlier, not staying as late.
Right.
And we wanted to come to that. I don't want to take it away from the hearings, but
Sure.
we never came to a decision on it. We talked about a lot of options, but I think it's important, especially with the winter coming.
Right. Let's bring that up under discussion. Additional topics.
At the end?
Yes.
You got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the 6:30 hearing for 275 Quiniquisette Avenue, Southworth Mashpee Properties, LLC. This is a proposed construction and maintenance of 14 single-family homes with paved driveways, sidewalk drainage systems, and associated utilities. The representative is Baxter Nye Engineering and Surveying. This hearing is continued from, bear with me on these dates, there's a few, 5/4, 6/15, 7/13, 9/21, and 10/19, 11/16. Those are all 2023. And then 1/11, 2/15, 3/21, and 5/23 of 2024. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433237. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. For the record, Jack McElhenney, attorney for Southworth Mashpee Properties. I think as the board is aware, we have a pending appeal at the Massachusetts Land Court regarding the denial of our special permit modification for the Cranberry Point project. We have an initial case management conference with the Land Court on August 8th, and at that time we will be requesting from the Land Court that they remand the matter to the Mashpee Planning Board, and we're hopeful that request will be granted. In light of that, we're requesting once again that this commission continue our hearing beyond that date, and we're suggesting the first meeting in November 2024, which will give an opportunity for that August 8th hearing, and then 30 to 45 days for the court to render its opinion.
Okay. Sure. Now, August 8th, Jack, you said it's going to,
August 8th is the hearing date in front of the land
for the
court.
land court.
Yeah.
And do you expect that the judge on that first hearing date would allow a remand? or-
We're hopeful that they will,
Okay.
do that. We have requested it, and it's part of the agenda for that date.
Sure. I'm just calculating time between August 8th and, what's our first hearing in November, Dan?
It's looking like the 14th.
The 14th.
Yeah.
That'll be enough time?
Yeah, that would be sufficient.
We'll see where we are.
We never know how quickly the judges will rule, but we're expecting certainly within 60 days, so that would be more than ample.
Okay. So, we have a request for a continuance to November 15th, did you say?
14th.
14th. November 14th. And what time slot would that be, Dan?
That'd be for 6:30, first of the night.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
6:30. Okay, so I would accept a motion for that
So
continu. Thank you, Marjorie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion amongst commissioners?
I just want to make sure there's no issue here with, we ordinarily try not to go 3. They're going to set a record.
Oh, they already have.
For continuances. We're cool with that, though, right?
Right, it's kind of beyond the control of the commission at this point.
Right.
There's other
Just wanna say it
situations
out
that
loud
need to be
because-
resolved.
Yeah, I believe we're also waiting on the LEC review
Right,
as well. so
Correct.
There's also
Correct.
that, so.
Yeah.
right. And I don't know if we would get that until this situation is squared away. Right, Matt?
Yeah,
So
we're
we seem to
hopeful
be
it'll get
agreeing on- yeah,
squared away, and then we
Sure,
would move expeditiously to complete that.
okay. Further discussion? Sarah, you all set? Okay, I would take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that motion carries. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Good evening.
Eloquently.
Thank-
Good luck. Okay. We'll now call the 6:33 hearing for 119 Daniels Island Road and 15 Waterway, Roland Bates at New Seabury Homes LLC. This is proposed construction and maintenance of a new single-family dwelling with pool, patio, detached garage, IA septic system, and associated hardscaping and landscaping. Representative is BSC Group. Owner of record is New Seabury Properties LLC. This hearing is continued from 4/18, 5/9, and 6/13. It's a notice of intent, DEP file number 433287. Good evening. Can I have your names for the record?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Hannah Raditz, wetland scientist with BSC.
Nick Galanis with New Seabury Homes.
Thank you.
Right.
What was yours?
With this being a revision submission, I'll just go ahead and cover the revision letter that was submitted last week, along with any changes to the plans for the benefit of the commissioners. The plan resubmitted included 3 pages this time, the first page being the proposed plan, the second page being the proposed landscaping plan, and the third page being a detail plan. The proposed plan for the project included information on the building footprint along with some other internal measurements. Additional notes added included the groundwater elevation of 3.5 feet. Dewatering details were also added in addition on the detail page, but also with a estimated area for dewatering located on the site within cleared areas. The proposed landscaping plan, which I can go into greater detail, includes at least 90% native species and will propose the addition of 29 additional species across the site, as well as the 13 grasses and flowering plants that are included within the New England Wildlife Conservation Mix, which is proposed in those areas that we discussed last time. Those are the areas that are cleared within the cleared and graded within the outer limits of the 75-foot buffer to bordering vegetated wetland. The detail page includes dewatering notes, soil test pit data, septic system profile, roof infiltration system profile, soil evaluation, seasonal groundwater adjustments, septic system design calcs, as well as those figures requested by the commissioners. That concludes a rundown of the plans that were proposed, that were submitted to the commission the other week. In addition, we submitted a letter which responded to requests for information and questions from the commissioners from the previous meeting. So I'll go over those quickly now. A request was made for the preliminary landscaping plan, which was submitted. Cross-sections of the septic system were requested, and as I mentioned, those are on the detail page. A request for information for compliance under the Mashpee zoning bylaws was made, and in regards to that, as we state in our letter, the proposed project will need to seek relief for fill placed within land subject to coastal storm flowage. There is an allowance of 2 feet maximum of fill against the foundation, which is an exemption under this. However, we are requiring more than that fill in order to be compliant. This fill is also allowed to be graded within 10 feet of the foundation. However, we need to go greater than 10 feet of the foundation due to, as the letter states, the need for greater fill to be compliant with both the foundation, the septic system, and the infiltration areas. In regards to details for why this fill is necessary on the site, we broke it down into the multiple reasons that it is necessary beyond just being compliant with FEMA flood zone. The driveway area, for one, is far lower, several feet, than the street elevation, so it needs to be brought up a bit in order to avoid constant erosion and stormwater from the street. Fill is needed to bring the dwelling 1 foot higher than the FEMA flood zone of elevation 11, as mentioned earlier. Fill is also needed to provide 5 vertical feet of separation between the seasonal high groundwater to the bottom of the soil absorption system associated with the septic system. Fill is also needed for the roof infiltration systems, which require 2 feet of separation from the seasonal high groundwater. These are the infiltration systems on either end of the dwelling, which will receive roof runoff. Fill around the foundation needs to extend from these systems and taper out at a roughly 3-to-1 slope, if I'm correct. And that has to do with spreading out that fill from raising the foundation as well as the septic system and gradually having that cross the site at a slope that allows for for avoiding erosion and improving infiltration on the site. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of highlights to this proposed landscaping plan. For one, this plan proposes a significant increase to native species on site, 7 trees, including white oak and red cedar, 4 large shrubs, 92 medium to small shrubs, 5 species of flowering native herbs, as well as the 13 grasses and flowering plants that will be included, as I mentioned earlier, in the New England Wildlife and Conservation mix within disturbed areas of the 75-foot buffer zone. All in all, this landscaping plan has reduced proposed lawn on the site by approximately 50%. And as stated earlier in the previous meeting, the 1,390 square feet of restoration to be planted with the New England Wildlife and Conservation mix is a 6-to-1 mitigation for clearing and grading within the 75-foot buffer. And again, this grading is only, I believe, 250 258 square feet, and this is just to avoid the addition of a retaining wall or some other more serious change in grade at the edge of the site. So this should greatly improve not only the runoff of stormwater, but also infiltration between the edge of landscaped areas and lawn and the forest. This area will also extend along the 4-foot wide path that leads down to the pier, but only within cleared areas of the site, as the remainder will remain forested. As mentioned in the previous meeting, 77% of the site is to remain forested. Finally, I'll just go over the variants requested last time, just to state those before I turn over to other speakers. The 3 variances that we requested in our letter, revised in June 7th, I believe, included a request for work within the 75-foot buffer to bordering vegetated wetlands. That includes the area 258 square feet of grading and clearing at the edge of the site, which is needed for gradual grading and will be planted with the New England wildlife conservation mix. Another request for variance is the request for alteration of greater than 500 square feet of naturally vegetated areas. Our response to this is though we are clearing about 23% of the site, which comes to about 23,471 square feet of alteration of naturally vegetated areas. We will be maintaining 77,148, or roughly 77% of the site as its natural, in its natural state. And as mentioned earlier, the landscaping plans are roughly 90% native, including the seed mixes on the site, which will give back a lot of area as naturally vegetated, though within landscaping, of course. The final variance is the request for a vertical wall within an A zone within land subject to coastal storm flowage. With that, I might turn over to Brian Yergation or Dave Crispin, who are on the call with us tonight, who could introduce themselves if they wish to speak at this time. And
Good evening, and for the record, my name is Brian Yergation, professional engineer with BSC Group. I have nothing further to add at this point. Dave Crispin, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, I'm really here to respond to questions. Let's see what the commission has to say.
all right. Thank you, commissioners. Your questions, please.
Thank you. So I will open it up to commissioners for questions or comments that you would like to make.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
just want to
Marjorie.
revisit the issue of square footage, which we talked about the last time that you were here. And I see on first one of 3, what appears to be, so we're at 6 bedrooms now, right? Yeah. And the footprint is 3723, total square footage, 6,100. And 6 bedroom? So, Dan, I'm going to turn to you first so that we can confirm what the restrictions, if any, are on this to carry forward 6 bedrooms and how that relates to the number of baths and the septic.
How that relates on their site?
Yeah, in other words, on here, there was no home here before, right? This is a brand new home.
This will be a new home, new build.
Right. So are there any restrictions that relate to the size of the property?
Not that I know of. What they have to do for conservation, no. For other departments, all that I'm aware of is you have to go before zoning for the fill, I believe, is what you would be going before them for. So zoning would as well, and obviously as well, Board of Health for the septic to make sure everything's appropriate, so.
And I know we've talked about this, I just want to say this, publicly. I know there's a sense that this is not our purview, and it's not officially because it belongs to the Board of Health, but I do think that because the Conservation Commission is charged with the responsibility to ensure moving forward and even looking backward that the quality of the water and all of the things we did wrong, I say collectively over the last 20 years, things that we want to do right moving into the future. It has to be said out loud, 6 bedrooms is a lot for a new home. And I asked you last time if you could describe to me the septic system itself and how that was going to take care of how many fannies that are going to be in this particular home.
So you're requesting whether or not the calculations for the septic system meet the building standards?
Yes.
For that, I will turn that over to Brian Irrigation, our engineer.
Good evening. I guess let me say at the outset, if the commissioners could the members could either speak into the microphones or maybe the levels could be turned up, but it was almost inaudible.
Sorry.
I can hear Hannah very loud and clear. I could not hear the question.
You may regret this later.
Maybe.
Okay, sorry. I'm asking about the square footage of the property that we didn't have until this evening, and how many bedrooms. And so that's 6 bedrooms is a lot, and that's going to affect the quality, and the processing for your septic. And so what I'd like is for you to just describe to me. I know it's an IA. That's all I know. So tell me a little bit more about your septic program.
Sure, absolutely. So this is a 6-bedroom house, and we are proposing the best available nitrogen reducing technology. So we are proposing a system with the microfast processor, which provides more than a 67% reduction in nitrogen. And from that, we'll have a pump chamber, and we have a Perkrite drip dispersal system. That's a system that's installed as you can see from the details, it's installed with the same type of equipment that you would typically install a sprinkler system with. So it's installed in the upper reaches, it's tubing, it's flexible, it can go around trees. The system complies with Title V as well as all the local requirements.
I couldn't find it on one of 3. Can somebody show me where or just describe where it
The
is?
septic system details?
Yes.
Page
No,
3.
the actual placement.
The placement of the septic system.
Yeah.
Sheet 1.
I'm on sheet 1, and I apologize if I'm missing it, but I can't find it.
That's okay. If you look at the southwest corner
Yeah.
of the proposed dwelling, you'll see a series of dashed lines inside of a rectangle with a smaller dashed line type. You see that?
Is that the leaching field, the dash line? It doesn't say. Usually on the plans it says
It
septic.
does, and I'll show you, if you look beneath that, from the middle of the system, go down the page, it says soil absorption system.
It's a call out.
264, it should say linear feet of 1/2-inch diameter Perkrite drip tubing.
Okay, I see that.
And then it shows the proposed 40 mil HDPE liner around the system. So this is not a typical system like a stone and pipe. This is an alternative system, so it may have different call-offs than you're used to seeing.
Yeah, I don't see any of the
And
regular.
then the pump chamber's called off. I mean, all the information is there. I don't know what, this is a typical septic
Follow the
plan.
arrows up.
Would you say it all adds up?
No, if you follow the arrows up to where, that's the explanation of the system.
So just so that you don't think that I'm coming from left field here, I'm accustomed to seeing plans that identify a septic system as a septic. I'm not seeing the word septic here at all, so I appreciate
Well, it
you.
is. It shows the septic tank.
You're being
Proposed
patient with
microfast
me.
Septic tank. If you look at the driveway, look at the middle of the driveway, look just to the left of it, you'll see proposed microfast septic tank. And then a leader pointing to the northwest corner of the tank.
Okay,
There's a lot of things going on in the plan, so it's difficult to try and find the places to appropriately put the call off so you can see it, but I
Right.
can assure you, it's all there.
And
The
there's,
septic plan is a little easier to read because it doesn't have all the other information that this
Right.
plan has, because it's for a notice of intent filing, so therein lies maybe the difference in what you're used to seeing when you
Agreed.
look at a septic plan versus this.
agreed. And so then, the other question, I'm not even sure if this is for you, or if it's for Dan, you or Drew, is on the property itself. I'm familiar with the property because it's near my home, so I know the property. I've walked it. It's very unusual because it has so many different aspects to it that most, home lots don't. But I did not find, and I wonder if we should look at the history of the property itself to say, in order to have 6,000 or more square feet, you have to have so much that you can bring into the history of the home or whatever, because it's obviously it's brand new and but the properties around it, in and around it, I wonder if we have any information at all on that. I just want to make sure that we're not jumping into this without having ruled it out. In other words, anything over 5,000 feet should have 50% of XYZ, as we've dealt with in many previous applications. Is it Brian? Brian, is that your first name? I apologize.
Yes, it is.
Yes, so Brian,
I didn't know if there was-
is this loud enough?
That's plenty loud. I didn't understand the question.
Many areas in and around there, you're very familiar, you've worked around here for a while, as far as I know. And I'm wondering if you've had an opportunity to rule in or rule out the historical status of this particular piece of property as it relates to building a house of this size on it. And there are many different, as you know, regulations that say a certain size requires that it has so much square footage on the property itself. And with the setbacks, the 75 and the 150-foot buffers, it may or may not apply to what can be put on this particular lot. It's just a big house. And we get, as you know, a lot of good citizens come before the Conservation Commission asking why it is that we keep approving large homes on the water that have a negative impact on the quality of that water for a whole host of reasons I don't have to educate you on. You know that. So this year, last 2 years, we're trying to be particularly astute about looking at the land requirements, the setback requirements, and the septic requirements, the number of bedrooms, baths. Do you happen to know how many baths, by the way, in this house?
I do not. It's a 6-bedroom home. The bathrooms are something that plumbers design when they design plumbing, but the number of bathrooms has no bearing on the septic system design.
Sure it does. What are you talking about?
Not from a design standpoint, no, it doesn't.
I'm sorry, could you define that further? Not from a design standpoint, the number of bedrooms?
The number of bedrooms is what the design is based on for a residential property.
And that
not-
drives the number of bathrooms. It may not speak to the design of the bathroom itself, but it does speak to the number of toilets.
But the number of toilets has no bearing on the design. That falls under the plumber's code, and that's to design internal plumbing, not
But the number of
septic.
toilets has everything to do with what kind of a septic you have to have.
The number of bedrooms does, it's the head count on the bedrooms is what.
The head count on the bedrooms.
Not the bathrooms.
Yeah, it's GPD.
Gosh, you guys are like,
Ma'am, I've been doing this for over
Yeah,
25
no.
years.
I know.
Designing septic systems for residential properties. I can assure you I'm correct.
I
and
can second that.
I've been doing this for over 30 years, and I was in the legislature when we wrote septic and Title V, so I know a little bit about it too. And I know that the number of bedrooms and the number of bathrooms factors directly on what can be processed on any particular lot. I shouldn't have to explain that to you. You know that.
But, ma'am, I can't, the number of bedrooms, yes. The number of bathrooms, no. I'll read Title V. If you would like me to read it, I can read it to you. I'll read the whole thing.
Thank you, no. I don't need to be educated on Title V. I appreciate your offer. Fine, I'll do my own research on it and take another look.
I will save you a little bit of time if I may speak. This is Dave Crispin.
I get
And
it.
I've been doing septic systems for close to 50 years now, I'm sad to say.
Well, you're the oldest, you win.
I win the prize. Title V is based on the number of bedrooms, based on an occupancy of 2 people per day, per bedroom.
Thank you.
That 2 people per person per bedroom are calculated at 55 gallons per person per day, or 110 gallons per bedroom. Like, you can put 1,000 bathrooms in there. Those people can only use that bathroom for the number of times that they go to that bathroom per day. So.
And is the Board of Health going to let you put in unlimited bathrooms?
Nobody wants to pay for unlimited bathrooms.
No, I'm asking you, is the Board of Health going to approve unlimited bathrooms?
Under Title V, they could put 100 bathrooms in
But-
if they
but do
wanted.
they?
That is irrelevant to the septic system.
I don't think we're going to do that. I think that's kind of a moot point.
Well, all I'm saying
You have
is,
to realize that, right?
I don't want you to continue to insult me by saying that
I'm not
you
trying to
can put
insult
as
you
many
at all.
bathrooms in. Of course you can't. We all know that you can't. You could try. You could cite Title V and you could read it back, forth, and 6 ways to Sunday and say, geez, it doesn't say anything in here about how many toilets you can have. But we all know what the history is and the relevance of it and the current situation. I'm just asking you to be honest with me and tell me if this particular plot of land, is anyone aware of it, either for the applicants, or do we know that there's anything that we should just track down that has a restriction on the number of bedrooms? Let's start with bedrooms, since you want to talk with bedrooms. Do we have any?
I'm not aware of anything, no.
Are you comfortable with it, Mr. Chairman?
I can only say, Marjorie, it's 10,000 square feet per bedroom on a lot. This lot is 80,000 square feet and 6 bedrooms are proposed, so it clearly meets that restriction or that requirement of square footage of land per bedroom. So it is 100% in compliance with Title V as far as number of bedrooms and the square footage of the lot.
Well, I appreciate it. If that's what you've got, that's what we've got.
Okay.
Okay? Well, not okay, but
Other questions?
but I'm done. I'm done.
Floor, you're all set.
I'm all set.
Okay. Someone else that has questions? Rich? No? Negative. Sarah?
Not for the applicant, no.
Okay. Sandy?
No.
Okay. I'm looking at the contours that are on the site plan for, I believe it's page 1. And, you know, they wrap around the entire building. And I know you're going to zoning to ask for relief from the fill in the floodplain issue. I believe it's 174-67-1 or something.
Before you continue, can everyone online hear the chair properly? Or is his microphone too far?
I've got 2 of them.
We can hear, I can hear.
Okay,
Just
good.
fine.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure we could hear your questions
So
properly.
I understand the rationale for the request. And the 174 does allow fill for the septic. But in terms of the rest of what I'm seeing here, it doesn't. So I'm a little uncomfortable with the amount of flood storage capability that you're taking up with the plan that you're presenting to us. Regardless of what zoning does or does not do, that's their business. But I'm a little uncomfortable seeing a lot of this elevation in an area where floodwaters would naturally be stored. And I'm wondering, in the event of a coastal flow that would come in, how much of that water is going to be displaced onto others' property or somewhere else? And so I don't really appreciate the fact, I'm looking at this 10-foot interval that's way over on the driveway side, and you mentioned in your presentation that you wanted to bring the level up even for the driveway because that's going to be an issue. So I guess pending what zoning says or doesn't say, that would be another issue. But I look at the performance standards and the critical characteristics of Regulation 25, and it specifically talks about bringing in excessive fill and reducing the capability of land subject to coastal flow to store flowage waters. So I'm having an issue with the amount of fill you're proposing to us to look at. And I understand it's going to be handled in zoning, I get that.
Well, I'm sure Dave Crispin is itching to answer that, but I might, before he speaks, as a wetland scientist, viewing this lot, it is special in many ways. It is a very large lot, it was mentioned before, and the majority of the lot, the vast majority, will keep its natural characteristic. That includes understory and overstory. There will not be any impact, especially to that area closest to the bay. In addition to that, the lawn has been reduced significantly, and what will be put in its place, yes, is structures and driveway in some places, but the landscaping plan will be adding multiple new trees, a great variety of shrubs, as well as herbaceous plants, which will allow for greater retention, as well as infiltration, reduction in erosion. And but speaking for the flow, I might turn that over to Dave to speak more eloquently, but I do believe this site has a lot of potential for averting such a situation just due to its size and the maintenance of its characteristics in its natural state, which obviously crazy storms can come along and come along very frequently, but we didn't notice on this site any major signs of erosion either at the edge of the embayment, which is quite calm, or further back on the site, certainly not anywhere near the house. And that's my 2 cents, so I might turn it over to Dave to speak on his part.
All right, if you can let the old man comment for a few seconds here. With all due respect, it's pretty much physically impossible to change the floodplain in the ocean by filling. You couldn't put enough dirt in the bay to raise the level of the ocean. There's this little tributary that comes into this site, goes under a bridge before it gets out into the larger body of water. I can tell you there will be no waves going through that wooded area. It doesn't have a fetch. The trees and woodlands would basically dampen any water out to a still water surge, which would only rise at the rate that the hurricane pushes the water up to. And just to complicate matters one more step of the way, maybe make your life a little easier, I spent the afternoon looking at the new zoning bylaws and whatnot. And the new zoning bylaws are worded in a very interesting way to me. It talks about that no person shall fill or place fill in a floodplain overlay district for the purposes of raising the first floor elevation above the floodplain base elevation. That paragraph, because later on in the section, it talks about that fill shall not be used in calculating the average grade plane. The average grade plane is used to calculate the height of a building. So people often would build a mound of earth and put a house on it and raise it up and get out of the floodplain this way. This building is going to be in the floodplain, so we are not putting fill around it for the purpose of raising the first floor elevation above the floodplain. That's done with the foundation. Underneath the foundation, the crawl space, this is going to flood. It's going to have breakaway panels, which is part of your regulations and part of FEMA standards. So I hear the concern about the flood level. I disagree with it from an engineering perspective that we could have put a lot more fill and still not had any impact on flooding of the ocean or deflecting waters to any of the abutting properties, redirecting wave patterns or anything like that. Water's going to come up there very gradually, soak around this place and go back down. So I feel strongly that the design is sufficient and will stand the test of the zoning board if we are required to go there. If the building inspector finds that this earth is not built to raise the building above the floodplain, then the provision doesn't apply. That's my theory on it.
Okay. Now, you mentioned breakaway walls in the foundation, but I didn't hear any testimony to that feature at all before.
The building hasn't been designed yet, to my knowledge, so that would be the last step. It'll be built in construction standards with the FEMA standards.
So is it the intent to have breakaway walls or just smart vents in the solid wall? What is
Yeah,
the?
whether they're
intent?
breakaway panels or smart vents or what they are, that's yet to be determined. I personally like the smart vents. I think it's a cool little invention.
I was just curious, because you mentioned it, and that's the first I've heard of breakaway walls in all of the materials that have been presented. Thank you. I have no further questions. Did you want to wait, Sarah, to say something, or do you want me to come back?
I can go ahead now, if
Okay.
if that's
All right.
easier.
Sure.
Can you all hear me okay? Okay, great. I think for the benefit of the applicant and also just, my fellow commissioners, maybe I can just read out loud what I was reading in reference to one of the letters submitted as part of the packet, and that's our waiver of requirements, Chapter 172, 7A. It says that waivers from Chapter 172 regulations and/or performance standards are only granted for good cause shown on a case-by-case basis, and there are consideration of 3 factors named. The first one is how compelling is the need. I'm concerned about a single-family dwelling that's 6 bedrooms in size. I'm not finding that to be a compelling need for the amount of disturbance on this site, particularly a non-undeveloped site. The second condition for our consideration is to what degree normal standards are being asked to be put aside, which you've addressed in your letter. And the third standard, I just wanted to point out in the letter, the language that you had used was to what degree the compensatory or mitigation measures are going to offset the impacts, but that's not actually the language that we have to work from. The language in our waiver of requirements chapter states to what degree will compensatory and mitigating measures result in a significant enhancement of the capacity of the pre-existing resource area and/or adjacent buffer to protect the wetland values of Chapter 172, Section 1, and I can read those, they're listed. Protection of public or private water supply, groundwater, and surface water quality, control of flooding, water pollution, erosion and sedimentation, storm damage prevention, including coastal storm flowage, protection of fisheries, shellfish, wildlife habitat, biodiversity, and rare species, and then the protection of recreation, agriculture, and aquaculture. And I am not convinced with what's been presented that we are significantly enhancing the capacity of the resource area here to protect the wetland values with the project as presented. So I will put that forward for consideration for the fellow commissioners and the benefit of the applicants in the room.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back for agents after I go out to the public, okay? If there is questions or comments from anybody that's in attendance here, this would be the time to weigh in. Doesn't seem to be. Is there anyone online, Dan, that's just watching and wanting to comment? No?
It's just a 3.
Okay, then I will turn to the agents, either Dan or Drew, whoever would like to go first.
For my comments here, the house is fairly big, don't get me wrong on that. But for our conservation stuff, this is applying to it. The question that's going to come in is if you feel that the waiver, as Sarah brought up, is going to be acceptable for your standards, as well as for the regulations. So, but everything else is adherence to the regulations and the performance standards from what I've seen, and they have removed a bunch of stuff from the project as well, before their official first deliberation hearing, as well as after that for a couple of the continuances. So that's something to take into consideration as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I would reiterate Dan's comments, and I think it seems like the outstanding issue is the size of the home, which I understand is a concern. It is a large home, 6 bedrooms, overall large square footage than your typical single-family home. So my recommendation would be, if the commission feels that there's a more acceptable square footage, it would have been good to have this made known at the previous hearings, but it's being brought up now. that they make that known to the applicant, see if they can work with the applicant to possibly come up with a smaller footprint home, and there would be good information for the applicant in terms of guidance of what that square footage acceptability would be, instead of leaving it up to guests and coming back and finding it unacceptable again. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Is it in order for me to just make a response?
Absolutely.
Thank you both, Dan and Drew. Drew, just for the record, we did not have the square footage at the last hearing, but I asked for it several times. And to your credit, to the applicant's credit, they did include it this time in their changes that they brought back to us. And the questions that we asked, the square footage was addressed. But it wasn't for lack of asking or wanting to know. It wasn't that we just said, oh, it doesn't matter. We didn't have it. And we still don't have a plan. I understand the architectural plans haven't been drafted yet. I understand how those things take time. But the size does matter. Boy, that's a loaded. Just sort of back it off there. It's important to the consideration of this particular
Okay.
application.
Anything else?
So
All right.
Dan, if
Then
we
I
were
would-
to entertain, now that we do have square footage information, and pursuant to what Drew has suggested, if we were to entertain coming back with a square footage that would be more acceptable, as one of what might be many issues before my fellow commissioners, we would then move to continue.
Well,
Yes.
the applicant would be the one that has to request a
Right.
continuance.
No, I know
Yeah.
that. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. What do you think of that suggestion? Could you?
I'm open to the suggestion. I mean, everything has to be within reason to be able to warrant what we're going to build, because that is a hard area to build in, so there is a lot of cost involved in that.
Yeah.
So
Right.
the cost per
It's a
square.
beautiful lot, but it's a tough lot.
It's a very beautiful lot. Probably one of the last in New Seabury. Like
Oh, no question. That's one of the reasons I think we're all looking to make sure we do the right
Correct.
thing.
But, you know, it's a forever home and a
Totally.
legacy home for somebody, so that's that kind of.
Or a condo for 3 families. Saying that sarcastically.
I know it's said,
No,
but
no.
you wouldn't want that.
No, I'm just saying,
You know, we want to build something that New Seabury is proud of.
of course.
I would add that whatever size house, whatever is smaller than 3723 is going to require less fill. And when you go to zoning, less fill is going to work in your favor in terms of whatever they might be asking. I'm only guessing, but
Good point.
Well,
It's up-
footprint-wise, we might keep the same footprint, just the upper section could get smaller.
well, your call.
Or both,
But
yeah.
if it's the square footage that, I mean, we did have the 6 bedrooms originally that we did let you know that beforehand.
But we didn't have it.
You didn't have the actual square footage of the house, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So Marjorie, let me ask you a question. If the applicant was amenable to shrinking the size of the home. I know Drew had mentioned what size type of home is more acceptable to you as a commissioner or to the entire commission, so that they would have something to consider. You know, are we talking 3,000 or, I don't know what we're talking.
Look, I'm not an architect. I'm an amateur architect. I've designed a lot of my own homes, and I've been grateful to have benefit of smart people like you, and engineers, et cetera. So I'm not sure that we can determine the square footage of the house. We can make, I would feel comfortable making ranges, but I think it's also the 6 bedrooms. You know, it's America, and we're entitled to build as big a house we want, but it has to be done within the parameters of what is a new awareness under climate that coastal properties we carry a bigger burden as the commission than
I agree.
the commission did 10 years ago.
Yep.
And I've been, I'm sure you all have been, so I'll say it publicly, I have been confronted with angry residents saying that we can't pass the buck anymore as commissioners. If conservation is what we're about, then we have an obligation, they say, and I agree with them. If you go back and look at our, you know, what we stand for and what our purview is, may not be the same as the Board of Health, but those things change because folks on commissions like the Conservation Commission challenge the relationships between Board of Health, Planning Board, Board of Selectmen, Zoning Board of Appeals, and Conservation. So I know that's a longer answer, Mr. Chairman, than you're looking for, but you know, my preference would be that the applicants would say, we're going to build a beautiful home. Doesn't have to be 6,000 square feet with 6 bedrooms. I'm sure, you know, a lot of people would love to have that. And I know in our neighborhoods there are 6-bedroom homes.
We gotta remember too that it's also, it's not a popularity contest with everybody. I know you said angry, you know, people get angry. I'm sure people were angry when you built your home. It's the same. We have to take everything into consideration, you know what I mean?
They
If
were
this one-
thrilled. Yeah. They were thrilled. No, my home is not quite, don't even put me in that category, but
I'm just saying, there's.
these are
you know how it
neighboring
is. There's
people.
always-
These are people
there's
that,
always
if not abutters, they're one thing away. They're close. They have an interest in the
'Cause
quality
that's a
of,
very private lot. There's only one
no, it's the
person that's
water.
next to them, yeah.
it's the water.
Yep, I understand.
And you've walked it, you know it. I've walked it.
Still didn't take me up on my offer to.
I
to
didn't
walk it
because
with
I
you.
was afraid that people would think that I was in cahoots with you. And that's nothing against your character.
Nope.
It's a
Just wanted you to
beautiful
see
lot.
the
It's a
lot.
beautiful lot, but you know, just north, south, east, and west. It's a beautiful little area. But you could get on a pontoon and come to hundreds of homes that are in and around there.
Correct, yeah.
And they are saying, don't give us 6 more bathrooms or 6 more bedrooms or 6 times 2, 12 more butts. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be honest with you.
Nope, I know.
Yeah, yeah, so I'm not sure. I would like to see the applicants come back with, that would be ideal, but if not,
A reduction in size.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
size.
just, would it be fair, as far as the relative size of the structure, to give them a target to hit? Because if they come back and it's 500 square feet and we say, no, that's not it, like,
Right.
it's not fair to them to have to keep coming
keep
back. So
going back.
what's the
Right,
target they
that's
need
what,
to hit?
that's what the agent recommended, some kind of a figure. that-
range.
A range of some kind that we would find more acceptable than what's being presented.
Would it be fair to ask you to let us know what the minimum square footage could be to make this a cost-effective project for you, given that you have that information and we do not? And I did hear you say that it has to be worth the investment for you to do it.
Correct, yeah.
Would that be fair to ask for before we try
could
to?
go back and work numbers and see what we can come up with.
Because if that's the limiting factor, then maybe that's the next discussion
it's not
point,
gonna
rather
be
than
a
us just
huge-
divining a number.
A huge number,
That's right.
obviously, but
Right.
like you said, a 3,000 square foot home is not gonna.
That's not gonna cut it. I understand that.
Well, you know, our primary concern, again, is not the size of the big brand-new home for whatever lucky new Seabury resident gets to come and live in Mashpee for part or all of the year. Our concern is the irreparable damage that continues to be done to the water here from all the development in these areas. So I would consider that, if you do come back in your presentation, as a focal point, rather than some of these key building attributes.
And what would our options be? Either Dan or
For continuance.
Chairman, for a continuance?
For continuance at the request of the applicant to work those figures and come back with a smaller proposal, however smaller that is.
Just before we continue, Sarah, you brought up earlier that the interests of the bylaw and how a waiver must speak to the various components, the various interests, which I believe I did speak to in the letter, but perhaps not with quite the right language. My only question is how to show a greater betterment. As you know, this site is currently forested, so it's very difficult to show that there's a significant betterment when you're taking a site, even if you're only impacting a small area, to show a betterment. And I do have confidence that when this project was originally brought up, it showed a far larger area of clearance. It showed pool, it showed fence, more grading, more fill, more structure. This has been reduced down significantly, and also even the lawn over the last revision was cut in half and replaced with plantings that are native. We just as what we would typically do for a site that is developed, we would propose compensatory mitigation plantings for the impacts within the buffer zones. We are hemmed in by the fact that this site is already very well naturally vegetated, does not have a large population of invasive species that we can target. We are filling in an area where there's 6 trees on the coastal bank that were cut. We're replacing those with 6 additional trees. I'm looking for guidance on how to show an additional betterment when I feel like we're pushing up against the edge of what is possible for this site being currently in a very natural state.
Sure, that's a really fair question, Hannah, thank you. Let me just take a look at the letter that you sent that addressed all of these things. And I think, what I'm seeing as a thread in the narrative here is that the reference point is the house. Perhaps if you could draft it in a way where the reference point is the resource area, that would be helpful. Also looking for maybe some alternatives. So the size of the house is certainly one. I see in the compelling need here, we're talking about the house is located on the most optimal portion of the site to allow for access to the roadway and to preserve the greatest amount of naturally vegetated buffer zone. I think that, the litany of changes that have been made to the house design to still justify this giant house on this beautifully undeveloped, naturally vegetated piece of property that is on the water is just not making that need as compelling for me. I'm not going to speak for my other commissioners, but I would like to hear more about any work that you've done, maybe in your particular role in this project. As the wetland scientist, think about the resource values and how those are going to be enhanced. So things that we're looking at are flood storage capacity, of course. We are looking at biodiversity. I do hear you say a number of times the number of species that are going to be introduced, but I don't know if that's offset by the 23,000 square feet of natural vegetation, if it's only on a small portion. So some of those figures would be helpful just from your vantage as a wetland scientist and an ecological expert. I think that would be really helpful rather than some of, the engineering stuff and the notes about the house. If that makes sense. But I'll defer to my fellow commissioners too, if there's any guidance that could be provided on how to respond in a more compelling way to the request for waiver relief.
I agree.
Yeah.
With what you're saying, it's more about the resources than the house itself, for me anyway.
Sure.
We can speak to that more in the narrative, but I will just put in that the placement of the dwelling also has to do with getting it as far away from the resource areas as possible. There's no other corner of the site that is as optimal. So when it comes to an alternatives analysis, I'm left with, and I don't like these sorts of alternatives analysis, showing more impact, which is obviously not useful, showing no impact at all, which is preventing the lot from being buildable. It runs very close to not having many alternatives, especially with the lawn being reduced as much as it is, the plantings that are proposed being native species, the septic system being as good of technology as possible. I just wonder what alternatives we could potentially propose that would show that we have the landscape in mind, the wildlife habitat. Certainly even though it is proposing a structure and clearing of 22,000 square feet, it is in a corner of the lot which also still allows for wildlife access, wildlife use of the site, no clearing, just walking on a path. It's as close as least impactful as we could possibly get, and I just we can change the language, but I just wonder what other alternatives could be useful besides just changing the square footage of the dwelling, which does still comply with the bylaws as well as the Wetlands Protection Act.
Sure. I hear the frustration. I think it's a tough job that you have. I really do. I think that these regulations are here to prevent cumulative damage to the wetland resource area. And if there's a particular project or a particular place where relief from these regulations is required to complete the project, it then becomes very difficult and limited to justify it in a way that would be compelling to this commission, which is very different than the Board of Health or the zoning board. So it's a conundrum. I understand your frustration. I'm frustrated about it too. But
Okay.
Well, the only other thing I would add to all of your comments, which I agree with, is that since the motion would have to come from you, you would have to be willing to ask for a continuance. One other option that you could marry with that is the number of bedrooms.
Which,
You know,
if
I
we're
mean-
changing the size of the house could change, but I would like you, I don't know, collectively, either to come together and give me, because I don't want to have to do a lot of back and forth, you know.
Sure.
If I come back with, 5,100 square feet, is that going to be fine, or I don't know what the threshold is. That's
Right.
kind of what I'm trying to get at, you know.
Or is it most helpful to have an understanding of, we're able to reduce it by this much, and it's because of the money that's tied up in it, the investment? If we were able to show that we were able, this is our range, would that be more helpful for the commissioners to see?
It is hard to do that when we don't have,
Right.
we get a floor plan, but we don't have a full set of plans, so it's not, everything's not priced out, but we've built enough houses to know it's gonna be a
Right.
substantial cost.
Right, and we do not have that information as you would have it. I know there's a cost-benefit factor analysis that has to be run through. So my suggestion would be to come back with the best possible shrinkage of the house that you can. And we'll know that when you come in. This is the figure. This is take it or leave it type of thing. And we'll go with it. And we'll go with the compelling need. And we'll look at the new language that comes with the waiver requests. And we'll have to make a final decision. That's the only way I can see. I mean, we could talk about this all night long, but
I
there
agree.
are other people in there, and I know they want to get up too, so.
I would
don't
just
know
add,
what
can
else
I
to
just
say.
add one other thing, as you put this together and you have, your thoughts on it, is to recognize as well, as frustrating as it is for you, we don't have a floor plan, we don't have anything that even looks like architectural drawing, so it's very hard for a conservation commission. We're supposed to be, as you well know, staying within not just conservation, Mashpee, and all of the boards that we intersect with, but the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and state and federal laws that are all moving in the direction. We all know where they're going. We just know where they're going. And so we have to make decisions in a vacuum. We don't really know much about how that house is going to look and whether there's really going to be 6 bedrooms or 8 or 4. So we're sympathetic. In other words, we're all residents of the town of Mashpee too, so it's a hard balance. So whatever you can do to make that something that's sensitive to, makes sense for the project itself. I know it's hard too, but I also don't want to have people picketing my house either. And I'm not on the water, by the way.
Okay, so what's the
what-
pleasure?
Yeah.
So we'll have to ask for a continuance then.
Okay, and length of time that it would take you to do this?
When's your next?
You want to shoot for the next hearing? which would be-
August 8th is the next hearing, or August 22nd.
Need to have information by that Friday before, so it only gives us
Gives us,
about
yeah.
a week, so we might want to
Too
request.
short.
Yeah.
When's the one after that?
August 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would be August 22nd at 6:36.
Okay.
And revised materials should be in by the Friday before?
Yes, correct.
Friday
What
before.
was the time on that, Dan?
6:36 On August 22nd.
36.
And what's the scheduling, if any, for the Board of Health?
I'm not aware.
No idea.
I
Do you
don't know.
have any idea?
We don't have that.
First and the third Wednesdays after this, would it be before August 22nd? That would be helpful.
Okay, so I would accept a motion for the continuance request.
So moved.
First, second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. Motion made and seconded, August 22nd at 6:36. Any further discussion by commissioners? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so thank you. We'll see you on the
Thank you all for your time.
22nd. Just clean that up a bit. I'm going to call the 6:36 hearing for 126 Waiting Place Road, Stephen F. and Donna M. McDonald. This is a proposed installation and maintenance of a bulkhead. Representative is Falmouth Engineering Incorporated. This continued from 6/13. And we have the representative asking for a second continuance to August 22nd, and that would be at 6:33. Was there a reason provided for that, Dan?
They were increasing and making their mitigation plan more robust, and they needed more time to get the plan in order.
Okay.
Was the main thing for it. So they wanted to make sure that they're basically coming back for the next time and have all their questions answered.
Okay, and was it for the removal of the vegetation on both ends of the bulkhead itself, or?
It was also increasing the width mitigation was coming out.
Okay.
Well, you know, it's a salt marsh behind it, so enhancing the salt marsh as well.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay, there you have it. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved. First by Sandy,
Thank you.
Second.
second by Sarah. Okay, motion made and second for the continuance. No further discussion? Roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries. 8:22. Okay, now calling the 6:39 hearing for 4 Pond Street. Samuel Peter Delois and Patricia Jean Delois propose raise and replace single-family dwelling with associated utilities in the same footprint, rebuild the driveway, front porch, and front stoop, addition of IA septic system component, landscaping and mitigation plantings. Representative is Baxter Nye Engineering. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433301. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, Matthew Eddy, professional engineer with Baxter Nye Engineering and Surveying, representing Sam and Patricia DeLewis. As stated, the filing before you is a notice of intent for a raise and rebuild of a existing three-bedroom home to a proposed three-bedroom home. So it's basically staying the same footprint, same number of bedrooms, et cetera, and I will walk through those elements. As far as this process, we have been before the Board of Health already and have received approval for them for the IA system that's being added, so that is done. We will be going before ZBA on August 14th. They want to obviously be the last one, so that's why they'd come after you guys. We had to continue it from the hearing from last conservation hearing that got canceled. So as far as kind of process, hopefully those, I believe all of those check boxes are checked off, so. From the site existing information, as stated into the record, this is 4 Pond Street. The lot area is 0.18 acres. The wetland resources on the site include a 150-foot buffer to Dean's Pond. The 150-foot buffer falls on the rear 1/3 of the lot approximately. And Dan, real quick, I mean, do you guys are not sharing plans up on the screen, or you?
I can get that up, that's not
If
a
you could
problem.
do that, that would probably just be helpful to kind of be able to point to things for everybody as I'm
I got you.
describing them. And the other resource is land subject to coastal storm flowage. The entire lot is in the floodplain. Floodplain elevation is 12 for this lot. Just for informational purposes, from a zoning perspective, this is in the R3 residential district and also in the Pompanesett overlay district. The existing lot is fully disturbed and developed with an existing single-family home. It is a single-story house with a full basement. The house footprint is approximately 1,452 square feet, and the lot coverage on the lot by structures as defined by zoning is 1,964 square feet. Service connections, public water, et cetera, and again, it has a existing 3-bedroom Title V system. So for the proposed standpoint, and I will use my pointer here, and I'll try to do both screens for you. The proposed reconstruction of the house sits along here, and you can see right underneath it, this is the existing house, and actually this deck that comes all the way out over here, and then down along here. I'll do it over here too, Paul, for you. The right proposed footprint is here, that darker, and that's shaded on your plan, and then the existing, there's the deck area out here, and then you'll see kind of a hatched, you see that little 45-degree hatched angle, that is the footprint of the existing house. So it's the same footprint, it's just rotated slightly, just for orientation on the lot, a little bit better, if you will. We did submit to the commission as part of the package the architectural plans that were prepared. So what is being proposed is a new 2-story home. Again, generally the same footprint. Per the architectural plans, the first floor living space is 1,322 square feet, and the second floor is 1,440 square feet. It remains 3 bedrooms, which is what the existing house is. There will be no basement. The basement will be removed as part of the reconstruction as required under building code in the floodplain. The first floor will be raised to elevation 13.5, so this is actually 1.5 feet above flood. The building code requires a minimum of 1 foot above flood, so we did bring it up further than that. Also, with the reconstruction, the amount of structure footprint within the 150-foot buffer that's on the rear of the lot was reduced by approximately 38 square feet. And then the overall proposed lot coverage by structures, again, per the zoning definition, was also reduced by about 210 square feet down to 1,754 square feet. So we were at roughly 1,960 square feet. We're now at about 1,750 square feet. The driveway, actually, and just while this is up here, so there's the 150-foot buffer line from Dean's Pond. Yeah. Dean's Pond is off top of the page. This entire parcel is over 100 feet from Dean's Pond as well, just of note. The driveway area is planned to be reconstructed within the same footprint. I had some discussions with Drew after the filing, and I know our plan does note for it to be repaved. We discussed it, and he identified that your strong preference is to remove and reduce the impervious area where we can, so we agreed, and I discussed it with the homeowner, so that will be reconstructed as a pervious material, either a gravel or a seashell, something like that. So again, that will further reduce the overall existing impervious area on the site. Additionally, there's a shed in the back corner here that's within the 150-foot buffer. That's going to be removed from the project as well. Dry wells being added for the new roof runoff, so roof runoff will be directly infiltrated. And sorry, I'll point over here as well. There's the dry well roof runoff. We'll just go directly into that and infiltrate it into the ground. And then from the septic standpoint, the existing septic system, which is out in the front, so it's as far away from Dean's Pond as it can be. This is the existing septic tank and the existing disposal field. Again, septic tank right here and disposal field. That will remain. We're adding a innovative alternative technology. We propose it to be a Septitech, which is right here. Again, the Board of Health has received this plan and did approve it at their hearing on, I think it was the 17th of July.
That's all set? Board of Health is
All set, yep. And again, it's staying as a 3-bedroom house, that's what it currently is. We submitted the nitrogen loading calculations per your Regulation 30, and showed that the total nitrogen for the project after these improvements will be down to 10.9 milligrams per liter, so well below your Regulation 30 standard. From a mitigation standpoint, in addition to so we've reduced the overall structure footprint, we've reduced the overall impervious coverage on the lot. We are also proposing, even though, again, with those reductions, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that there's any vegetative mitigation, but we are proposing some. So the rear of the lot, which again, this is, as close to Dean's Pond as we can be on our lot. It's within the 150-foot buffer, and we are proposing for vegetative mitigation in the area of approximately, it's 273 square feet here and here. This is all existing landscape, so that will get all infilled. The only trees that remain on the lot will still remain. They're in this corner here and in that front corner. And again, over here, Paul, you have tree. And then this is, we're creating vegetative mitigation here, so it creates that vegetative buffer along that rear property line. From the lawn standpoint, in your Regulation 31, there is a reduction of the overall existing lawn by proposed at by approximately 8%. And then to performance standards, there are 2 waivers that are requested that are defined in the narrative. They're under Regulation 25, and that's 25C.4, which is the prohibiting of vertical walls. Obviously, this is an existing house being reconstructed, already has vertical walls. I would present that the reconstruction actually will be more compliant and be an improvement over the existing conditions by raising the structure up above flood elevation, meeting current building code standards, flood resiliency, smart vents, flood vents will be provided, which that helps with reducing wave energy and hydrostatic pressure, et cetera, and it allows it to pass through the foundation of the structure. Because again, the structure will not have a basement; it will be a crawl space. Where currently it's a basement now. So, I'd also say that from that standard, there's a less potential for creation of storm debris as well. Just large events, structures more resilient. We're removing the shed, et cetera. And I've already stated with my next comment there about the flood resiliency. The second waiver is 25C.7, which is setbacks. The existing lot, it talks about buffer within the setbacks, and the existing lot is fully 100% disturbed. And also the lot is entirely within the floodplain, so you could not be providing a buffer as the entire lot is within the floodplain and already currently developed, and there's no natural state left, if you will. I think the need to improve the flood resiliency is achieved through the proposed reconstruction that we've presented before you. So just in quick summary, just got the benefits: raising the house above the flood elevation, more flood resilient structure, the addition of the IA system, which provides a better water quality and significant reduction in nitrogen, the addition of the vegetated buffer along the rear of the lot, reduction of the overall impervious coverage on the lot, and also reduction of the structure footprint under the zoning definition of structure. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I will open it up to commissioners first for questions or comments that you might have.
I can start. Is it Matthew?
Yep.
Yeah. Impressive amount of paperwork. Thank you. This is amazing.
Only trying to give you the
Be tempted to
information that
come
you
in.
need.
It's something. Could you speak to the impetus for the rebuild on
I'm
the
sorry?
house? Could you speak for the impetus for the rebuild of the house? I notice, if my math is correct, we're almost doubling the living space.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, the new owner, they bought the house a couple of years ago. It's a small, single-story, older structure. They want to rebuild it for their use. I think they plan on retiring there. and just, create a new home for them. I mean, I think it's a fairly modest house being proposed. I mean, I understand it's a small lot as well, but, fairly, it's again a reduction in footprint. It's a 2-story, 3-bedroom. I think if you look at the floor plans, there's not a bunch of extra space, kind of standard space that we all would want to enjoy in our homes, I think. So that's really, that would be the impetus of
Okay.
the proposal.
Okay. And with the mitigation plantings, is there a landscaping plan that we could peek
There
at?
is not a landscaping plan. We would use the plants off of the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension list.
Okay.
For the conservation-approved plants.
Okay. Okay. And forgive me, the lawn here, is that just surrounding?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, there's lawn area existing around. I mean, a lot of it will be maintained. It's going to be, will be reducing, there'll be a reduction of lawn in the back area. This is existing lawn out in front. Again, the existing septic system is going to remain, so that area will remain as it is. So there is an overall reduction in the lawn area from what's existing on the ground right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Lawn was my question too, but
Okay.
that's answered. Thank you.
It's a very small lot.
I know.
Yeah, we were walking on that today. Didn't take long to walk around that
Oh.
house.
Uh,
Marjorie, questions at all?
No, I know this house really well. I think you've done a good job.
Thank you.
Rich? Good. Matt, one question I have, maybe I missed it. I know at the corner of Pond Street and Shore Drive, there's a small, fairly established garden. There's a cedar tree and some grasses. Is that all coming out as part of the septic upgrade, or is that staying?
We're actually, I mean, I'll point over here, we're, cited
not
this
that corner,
purposely
this
to
corner.
maintain, you're talking about over here?
Yeah, that corner right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's, hopefully it can be maintained. We cited this very specifically, again, not a lot of room to work with.
Right.
But to really try to get this IA system in here so that there's minimal disturbance out here. So that would be maintained, and, any vegetative area here, would be able to,
I
the
gotta
attempt to
believe
be
it's right
maintained.
up against a lot line. It's probably right in that corner.
Yeah, yep, yeah, and so it could, be maintained, I would believe. I can't, I
Right.
can't tell you exactly.
Sure. Okay. That was the only question I had.
I have one more question. Sorry, Matthew. I'm looking at the architectural plans. Is there, and I'm so sorry if I missed it, is there a change to the roof square footage, roof coverage?
roof?
Yeah, given that we're building more house.
I would say, I mean, there's probably more roof area because you have your footprint on the existing, which there's not an existing architectural, obviously, but you have
Right.
at the, just let me get my bearing here for a moment. This is the rear of the house, right? This is the front. If I'm looking at, from this direction here, Paul, I'm pointing here, this direction
Yeah.
here, this is Pond, this is, I'm sorry, not Pond Street, that's Shore Drive is looking here, so that's Shore Drive looking here. The back area here, this is all in the existing condition, this is all deck area, right? I want to say all, but there's deck area there, so there's no, you have deck surface,
Right.
but you don't have roof above that. So that area, they have, this is a, 3-season porch, this isn't conditioned space, but then they have living space above it, so your roof area, I would say, in answer to your question, you probably do have more roof area here, but what I would say to that is, we're actually capturing all of that roof area, whereas the existing condition is hitting the deck, and granted, it's a deck, but it is hitting the deck, and then just goes to the ground, and, maybe increased velocities, et cetera. This, we're collecting all the roof runoff, which is considered, when you're on an asphalt shingle, it's a clean runoff. That's getting directly infiltrated into a dry well, so it, and, it's actually probably a little bit of a benefit from a runoff standpoint.
Thank you.
Yep.
Matt, are those, you might be able to confirm that roof area in the nitrogen calculations. Do you have pre and post on
Yep.
those? That roof
Yeah, and that was,
area
it's done by
sometimes
the
is-
overall, it's the roof, it's done by the, so that would be within there, it's just the impervious area, and the nitrogen loading calculation, it's
yeah.
all the impervious area, it's your roof, it's your driveway.
It's all together?
Et cetera,
Okay,
correct.
sometimes they're broken out,
Yeah.
sometimes they're not. Okay, just curious. Okay, any other questions? No? I'll go out to the audience, people that are here, questions, comments? See none? Nobody online, Dan, to
Nothing, no.
ask on this? Then I will go to either you or Drew, whoever wants to go first.
I'll go first. I think it's, given that they're reducing the overall footprint, reducing impervious surface, reducing lawn, and putting in an IA system, it seems like, based on, in comparison to the existing condition, that overall this is going to improve the site environmentally in terms of stormwater runoff and reduction to impacts to water quality by upgrading the septic system. So I think they've taken great measures to, align with the concerns of the commission and the spirit of the bylaw and regulations to improve this site overall based on, in comparison to the existing conditions. No other comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Dan?
No, I feel that this is the same. It is an improvement to the existing conditions, plus they're doing the mitigation, so that will put some plantings on site. The shed's being removed, so you're having some square footage for that reduced, and as you said, all the roof, even if it is increased roof, is all going to the dry wells. So that's all gonna be a benefit as well. So, yeah, I think this is a good project. I think it complies with what we have, and you applied for the waiver as well to cover that basis. So, yeah.
Thank you.
And we have no special conditions to consider?
No, the only special condition I could consider for this is obviously with the mitigation, having a contract for that, but for the tree, you had a concern about the tree in the corner?
The whole garden area.
The whole
yeah.
garden area, so if there's trees or any garden area there that does get disturbed, if that could be replaced in kind or just added to the mitigation, but also if there is trees, in some of the order of conditions, you'll see that it has like wrap them in the, I don't even know the name of
Yeah,
it, it's like
to
wooden
protect- like a
slats.
tree protection.
Yeah, exactly, wrap them in that, because just in case there is any damage, just to reduce it, if not save the tree.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, in terms of like a mitigation monitoring contract, given the limited square footage of mitigation that they're proposing, I would recommend a 1-year contract, but it's up to your discretion as far as the length of mitigation monitoring and maintenance that the commission feels would be sufficient for the square footage of mitigation proposed.
Okay. All right, so there you have it. I'd accept a motion from someone.
I'll make a motion
Sandy?
to close an issue for 4 Pond Street, with the condition that there's a mitigation contract for, are we happy with 1 year?
1 year?
1 year?
Okay. And do you want to work with conservation staff on the mitigation that you are going to put in? Or you said you were going to use the Cape Cod?
Yeah, the cooperative list, yeah, we can coordinate with Drew and Dan.
Coordinate that with,
Yeah, that's not a
Staff.
problem.
Yeah.
okay. That's sufficient?
Yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Marjorie. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I will take a vote. Sarah?
No.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I'll vote yes on this. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I second it, yeah. I'm the second.
Okay. Now calling the 6:42 hearing for 11 Waterline Drive North. Craig and Mary Beth Chaffee, proposed removal of existing deck and maintenance of porch, second-story balcony and addition, Title V IA microfast system, clearing, grading, landscape, and utilities. Representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This is continued from 6/27 to RDA, and there has been a representative request to continue to August 8th at 6:42. And did they give a reason, Dan, for the,
Yeah, there was a, there was a confusion or whatever for zoning, so there was not any application to zoning for this project. So basically, even if they showed up tonight, they would have been continued anyway. So they just requested a continuance for next time, as well as to just make sure they're all good. That's all,
Get organized.
basically. Yeah.
So has the application been made, do you know, or?
Not to my knowledge as of yet, no.
So that's still
No,
pending?
the application hasn't been submitted yet, but I did inform the applicant that anytime there's cross jurisdiction with zoning, whether it's an RDA or a notice of intent, it still requires submission of proof of application to zoning, so they're aware of that.
Okay.
And I would imagine that they'll be submitting that application at the earliest opportunity.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. So I'd accept a motion for the continuance.
So moved.
Thank you, Marjorie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion amongst commissioners? We're good?
Good.
All right, I'll take a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries. Okay. Now calling the 6:45 hearing for 45 Papaneset Island Road, Christopher Conti and Lisa Jacobs Conti, proposed construction of patio and small addition to home, demolition of existing deck, construction of new, smaller deck, and mitigation
The
plantings.
landscape one.
Representative is Falmouth Engineering. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433304. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant along with Andrew Garrelay from Yarmouth Port Design Group. The applicants are in the audience, Chris and Lisa Conti. And Dan is sharing our plan with you on the screens, the Falmouth Engineering plan, which is the proposed construction activities and mitigation. The property is located at 45 Pompanesett Island Road. It's on the corner of Pompanesett Island Road and Chart Way. It's in a fully developed neighborhood. The lot is developed. It has a single-family dwelling, driveway, deck, landscape areas, path to a dock, and lawn and mulch beds are also on the property. If you've been there, you observed all of those conditions. The proposed activities were staked for you for your viewing. The proposal before you tonight is we are requesting permission for a very modest 16 by 17 foot addition to the existing house. The Conti family is retiring and settling here full-time. There is a growing family. There is extended family that make visits, and they're basically crowded in the house. A large portion of that house footprint is a two-car garage. So they're hoping to get permission to build the small addition on the south side of the house. And we're also asking permission to create some outside hardscape, level, safe, outside patio area. If you make reference to the existing conditions plan or this plan, you will see that there's currently existing, there's a much larger deck on the house now. It's a second, it's an above-grade deck that wraps on the west side of the house, and it's not really functioning efficiently, so the proposal is to remove about 75% of that footprint of
Can you
deck.
use your little gizmo to point out where that existing is?
I don't have a little gizmo.
Yeah, you got a gizmo. Who's got a gizmo?
I'm
Oh,
good.
Dan. Well then,
That'd be right here,
look at
correct?
you showing up in a meeting without a gizmo.
This is the location,
I
correct?
rely on Dan's gizmo to help me.
Dan's good with his gizmo.
So there's the deck.
There's the existing.
And now if you
deck.
go to the proposed plan, you'll see that same thing in
Yeah.
red. You can see that we reduced it dramatically, so now it's virtually just a connecting walkway instead of a deck leading to the new patio. And the patio is modest in size. That is 500 square foot outside living area. And both the patio and the addition have been designed to be more than 75 feet from the wetland resources, with the exception of land subject to coastal storm flowage. The entire lot, in fact, the entire island, I believe, is all within land subject to coastal storm flowage. There's no way to meet the required setback from the land subject to coastal storm flowage. So we have submitted in the narrative a request for a waiver from that. The proposal does not include any increases in bedrooms. This is simply a connection to some existing house space that'll be open and connected. It's basically additional expanded area, and it'll allow for less crowding in the remainder of the house. The property is currently served by an IA septic system. A microfast IA system exists on the site now. As I stated a few minutes ago, there's no increase in bedrooms. So there's no need to do anything more with the septic system. Your regulations for mitigation planting requirement are such that there is a requirement for a 2-to-1 mitigation area based, comparing the proposed expansion of impervious surfaces. So between the patio and the addition, taking some credit for the reduction in the existing deck, the net result is tabulated on the landscape plan, and it yields, oh, it's not tabulated, I'm sorry, it's cited in the notes, right? And calculated and shown on the landscape plan. At this time, the buffer between the wetland resources, by that I mean the salt marsh at Pompanesett Creek and mean high water area, is virtually non-existent. And the plan is to put all of the mitigation planting with an average width of new buffer to be planted, an average width of 40 feet from the edge of the beach, mean high water area, landwoods, in a place where there's no buffer at this time. They're hoping to maintain the path that will meander through that to the existing dock. The expansion of the patio and the addition do not require any alteration of any natural vegetation. It's simply an outside, mostly mulch area, sloping, not very even and not very useful for any outdoor living. In fact, if you could make reference to the existing conditions plan, Dan, I'd want to point out to you, currently on the site is a stone wall that retains the earth. The average height of that wall is 4 feet. It's a little bit more than 4 at the point near the house, and it tapers down to the west to less, but the average height of that wall is about 3.5 feet.
Dan, could you gizmo that one for me?
That is
Where the
right
wall
here.
is? Yeah, there.
So that wall will be removed, and if we go to the proposed plan again, the modest addition will be built in its place. That addition will be built to FEMA flood standards. It will have flood vents, so there'll be no displacement of flood waters, because the flood waters can flow through the flood vents and equalize, so the volume is not decreased. The patio area has been designed to be level, as you might expect. You'd want a patio. And the family has elderly members that are challenged by steps. So we tried to strike a balance between numerous steps from the house floor to the patio with creating a retaining wall to support the patio and keep it level. And I think we came to a good compromise. There's a very low-profile landscape wall on the Pompanesett Creek face of the patio. I think at its tallest point, it might be 20 inches, but it diminishes down to very little on the western side. The very small amount of fill to level that is basically it's one truckload of fill by volume. It's 20 cubic yards. Some of the excavation from the foundation for the addition would just be kept on site and used. So it's almost a balance on fill. There's not a need to haul a lot of fill to the site. If any, it's minimal. So that very low profile wall is, yes, it's in a land subject to coastal storm flowage, but it is not, this property is not within the boundary of the limits of moderate wave activity. So this is in the very upper reaches of Pompanesett Creek with very limited flooding and only still water flooding. So your regulations make reference to wave heights of 2 to 3 feet in certain areas of AE zones. That won't happen here because we're not within that boundary of limited moderate wave activity. So we think we struck a balance. We think that the vertical height of this landscape wall being on average about 12 to 18 inches is de minimis and will have no impact from flood. There'll be no impact of flooding. There'll be no diversion of waves to neighboring properties. The amount of fill is extremely minor and limited. In addition, the roof area of the proposed addition will be contained in dry wells. The patio area, Andrew has designed the patio to have a edge drain to collect the surface water from the patio, and that'll all be piped to the dry well that's shown on the plan. There's a limit of work on the plan as well. It's outside the 70, the work is proposed outside the 75-foot buffer to wetlands except for the land subject to coastal flowage, and the limit of work is just right adjacent to it in an area that's not vegetated currently. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew to talk about the landscape details and the plants used in the mitigation, and then I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Andrew Garrelli, Yarmouth Port Design Group, registered landscape architect. As Mike mentioned, the patio is, basically we had to level it out to make a patio. It's not only did I have edge draining, it's also proposed to be a permeable concrete paver system. The edge drain is just an added precaution for a really heavy storm, just to be extra cautious. As Mike mentioned before, with some aging parents, and nobody's getting younger in the family either, they wanted to minimize the amount of steps. So if you notice on the deck, we've got it stepping down 3 steps. Sorry, I don't have a pointer, but on the we've got steps that come down to connect to the walkway there, but just to the left of that, as I'm looking at it, there's 3 steps, then there's a landing, and then 3 steps. It's just to make it easier for Lisa's mom. She took a fall some time ago and got very much injured. But as I mentioned, it's permeable pavers as well as the drainage. The highest point of the wall is at that corner closest to the path, right down there, and it's just under 2 feet high there. There's existing Leland cypress in the area of part of the patio and where the drain is gonna go, that we're compensating with eastern red cedars that you can see in green. I put my mitigation plants in green so that you can tell what's going on there. And I think the biggest benefit on this is we're going from a big sea of mulch and sand for the buffer of the salt marsh to now having almost 40 feet. It's actually 38 feet of very robust mitigation, high diversity. And also there's a little bit of a restoration along the edge that's not part of the mitigation calculations. It's a separate restoration along the western edge of the property. So on the left side as we're looking at it. And as Mike mentioned, there's a retaining wall, so the addition will be excavated underneath to like a cross, just a flat with the patio. So there'd be like a little bit of a crawl space underneath there that flood water would be able to go in, which it can't go now because it's a retaining wall with fill in there. So we're actually creating a little place for some flood water to go. And I think that about wraps it up. And again, the mitigation is a 2-to-1 mitigation. And there's a number of, I should mention it because they're hard to see. Because of my mitigation, whenever I have trees, I just make a black dot for where the trees are, so they're kind of hard to see on the screen there. But along to the right of the pathway where Dan is showing, there's some small eastern red cedars in there. When you get closer to the water, there's some actual trees that are there. They're still going to be there. Pine tree to the left side of that walkway as you're coming up from the dock will still remain, but doing a good understory with some bigger shrubs on the right side there, and on the left side another mixture of diversity in all native plants. And I draw my plants at the recommended spacing at the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension, and then I make them just about touch so that you can tell it's a very complete mitigation. So I think that's about it. And yeah.
Thank you. So I will turn it to commissioners first for questions that you may have.
I have a quickie. The proposed addition looks like quick math. It's like 300 square feet.
247.
247, even better. That's just a one level. It's not a 2-level addition, is it?
I'm not sure. I don't know what the distance.
It's 2-level.
It's 2-level.
There's
Oh, it's
a
2-level.
Yeah.
You need to come up here.
Yeah, so we can.
Sorry. Sorry to be a pain.
Sorry, Visconti. I live here with my wife. We're moving the primary bedroom on the first floor over, so the addition will be the primary bedroom. And then above that, we have, so we're moving from, we sold our house in Newton. We're moving from Newton, a larger house, into this house. So we have some stuff, grand piano, some mosaic work that my wife does, some artwork that I do. So that will become a sort of an arts and music room for us above that.
What's the total, what's your total square footage now?
What are we at? 39? I want to say 3917 or something.
39. But around there, roughly 39? And how many?
It's around 3,100.
That includes, I think
That includes the 2-car garage. It's 3,100, including the 2-car garage.
Oh, all right. I'm just looking for livable space and the number of bathrooms, because the Board of Health notes are a tad confusing to me that relate to the septic.
Yeah, so the living space would be 3,100, deduct about 400, so 2,600 square feet maybe currently existing habitable space, living space. And I don't know how many bathrooms there are. Or how many bedrooms?
We have 3 bedrooms.
3 bedrooms, and there's gonna continue to be 3 bedrooms.
And how many baths?
That I don't know.
3.5.
See, the Board of Health, you saw their notes on your project? No?
So the Board of Health is saying if there is an increase in bedroom space, you have to go before them for it. But this is, the IA system you currently have can only do 3 bedrooms, so it's saying since you're not changing the IA system, it has to stay 3 bedrooms.
And that's our intention.
Yes, correct.
There's no increase in bedrooms.
Okay. So Dan, let me ask you, can I ask you before your comments?
No, shoot.
The Board of Health notes that the Title V inspection is required if there's a change of footprint, unless one's been submitted to the Board of Health within the previous 2 years. Has one been submitted within the
No,
last 2
not
years?
to my knowledge, no.
So did you already have the Title V inspection?
Oh, when was that? Oh, it was within 2 years, Lisa Conti's saying. It was within 2 years, so that would have been provided to the health department.
The
So
health
we
department-
really shouldn't be having conversations with you guys unless they're leaving it sort of open, so we may just want to clarify that, that's all. They're saying a Title V inspection is required unless one has been submitted within the last 2 years. So, and note the location of the septic and restrict da-da-da-da-da. So, to me, what that is saying is that, they need a Title V inspection. It doesn't say yes or no if they've had one that's passed, unless I missed it, did I?
It's just that they're saying they didn't, the Board of Health didn't look into, the department didn't look into if they had it, they're just making their generalized comment. So we could check if they had it in the past 2 years. If not, they would have to have a Title V
Yeah,
inspection.
that's all I'm saying,
So,
right?
yeah.
Yep. And Lisa Conti's saying there was one,
There
so if
was
you
one,
check
yeah.
the file, you'll discover there was one.
That's
That-
right, and if it's on the records, then you're all set, you know,
Right.
so, but you don't wanna come back 6 months from now and go, now
No.
we gotta do this all over.
Right, no, and the location of the septic system is shown on the plan, my site plan. You can see it. It's under the driveway. Yep. It's far away from the wetland resources as it can be, and still be on the lot. And it's an
But
IA.
unless you're adding a bedroom, you don't need to,
We are not,
Change it.
correct.
so.
Part of the proposal, yeah.
And the health department will review the building plans when this goes in, so they're gonna know if there's a bedroom added or not,
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely,
which there isn't.
absolutely.
Okay. You all set, Marjorie?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have a couple of questions, Andrew, for you on
Sure.
the landscape plan. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm understanding the directional here on the map. It's very fancy. I think it's in the southeast corner of the property, right, just at the boundary of the mitigation plantings and then the creek. Are you proposing to plant Phragmites there, or is that just noting that it's there?
There's some on the neighboring property.
Okay.
No Phragmites.
Fantastic. Just checking, just checking. And then I see here up where the dry well is, it looks like there's some pretty substantial trees. I know they're West Coast cedars, but I wonder if there would be any willingness on the part of the applicant to maybe shrink the size of the permeable patio and relocate so that in addition to adding the eastern red cedars, we could retain those, it looks like 6 pretty good-sized
Leland-
trees.
The Leland cypresses. so
Yeah,
they're-
trees are trees, you know. Is there a way to reduce the amount of trees coming out?
Yeah, the idea that the problem with them is they grow so fast, they get really big, and they have a really weak root system. So they're going to be a threat down the road. And on previous projects, when there's been Leland cypresses, it's been, Drew seems to have always been joyous for us to remove them and replace them with something else.
Joyous?
Joyous. And that's my interpretation, but I think he's listening and he can either refute that or back me up on
It's
that.
just not a word I often.
So, yeah, we kind of need to make that room, you know, even for the addition, it would be kind of a threat to the addition, and we want to be able to get that dry well in there on high enough ground that, you know, we're not draining into the groundwater or anything like that. There's existing oak trees over there and maple cluster, they're going to be preserved. And it's also helping them because they're starting to grow up into them. They're kind of a nuisance, in my opinion, they're a nuisance plant. My neighbor has them right on my property line, and it's very aggravating. They were 6 feet when I moved into them, and now they're like 30 feet. And I have no shade, anyway, sorry about that, digress. Yeah, but we do have a number of nice, nice young cedars along that, a little bit to the south of that, as well as some arrowwoods and some, yeah, mostly just cedars and arrowwoods. There is a cherry over there growing too.
Okay.
So this is a very small, tight patio, as you can see by the furniture on it. It would really impact having the patio if I reduced it anymore. I mean, it was very difficult to fit in. This is a tight space.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, and I'm welcome to be educated on this from you or Drew or Dan, just in terms of
Leland cypress.
water uptake and carbon storage from established trees versus new ones that are going in, and what we're looking at in terms of a trade-off there.
I couldn't comment on that, no. I'm not too sure about the numbers on that. But when it comes to having to remove some of the Leland cypresses, you know, we never really have an issue with that. As Andrew said, they grow very aggressively. And with the tight quarters from this house, but also the neighboring house, it would just be better for the environment. And from what I see, any opportunity I can take to get eastern red cedars on site, especially on Papaneset Island, because there is a disease out there that's been really affecting the eastern red cedars, the older ones. So anything to get younger ones on there has always been a bonus. This site, I did check all the eastern red cedars. They didn't have any of the infestation, no signs of them on the bottom bark or anything of that nature. So that's how I look at it. Anything I can do to get a eastern red cedar in, because they have amazing root systems and they're very, very salt tolerant. And when it comes to the white cedars, I understand tree to tree, native, non-native, doesn't matter. But for this purpose, when it comes to things like this, they do become a massive hazard for the houses in the future. And then it comes to an approval from there for the removal of that tree. And at that point, there wouldn't be any trade-off for replanting, because it's already a hazard to the house.
Got it.
So,
Okay, thank you.
no problem.
Yeah, Sarah, we can provide some information about Leland cypresses. They're not on the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension recommended plant list, and the reason is because they do grow very aggressively. They're not a categorized invasive, but the growth rate and the shallow root systems do present, you know, a substantial risk of failure in the event of storm damage. So the opportunity to replace Lelands with native species from the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension list is always recommended. And I'd be happy to supply you with more information on that if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure,
Yeah,
no problem.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's all I've got.
other questions? That's it?
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Sandy, did you have anything?
No.
Rich? We're all set. I'm all set. Anything else, Dan, that you want to add?
No, for this project, I see this as being a benefit to the resource areas on site. The reason I say that, not from the mitigation plan, but when you go on site, they have what looks to be 2 coastal beaches that I know did not exist there prior. But I do know you purchased the house already like that. But any opportunity we can have to strengthen the buffer zone, but in this case, actually create a BVW and salt marsh plants, I think is very important. And when it comes to the foundation that's being built there, it is going to be flood compliant, so I find that to be very acceptable, especially for, as Mike described, there's no real fetch, there's no real wave, 2 to 3 foot wave action that's going to occur here for that, so that's an acceptable foundation. And for the hardscape, it seems every single effort beyond every effort has been made to drain that hardscape from the pavement to actual installation of dry wells. And I think that is a bonus. So I think this is nothing but an improvement to the resource areas on site, an improvement to the property and all. And I just think it's going to be better for that little tiny cove, I guess I would say there.
It's a little cove.
It is very little. When I was on site, I was a little surprised. I thought it was a little bit bigger. But it is, and I think it would just be better off for that whole area there.
What did you think you were expecting to be bigger? I didn't hear that.
I have not been on that side of the island to see those coves, like on the island. So when I walked down, I just thought it would be a bit wider.
Yeah.
To have 2 docks in there is impressive, to say the least. So that's, but anything we can do to increase the numbers of vegetation on this property or anywhere, especially on Papaneset Island and New Seabury, I think is something we should take advantage of, and this is a case for that.
Okay, thank you. Drew, is there anything you want to add?
No further comments, thank you.
Okay, yep.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
one minor bookkeeping matter. While you were deliberating, my very efficient client, Lisa, showed me a PDF of the Title V inspection report from December 6th of '22 that we will email to you.
Perfect.
So it's less than 2 years.
That would be helpful.
Thank you.
I have 2 letters from abutters that have been requested to be read into the record, so I will do that. The first one is from Catherine and John Thorndike of 7 Chart Way. Dear Mashpee Conservation Department and members of the Conservation Commission, we are writing to express our support for the proposed house project by our neighbors Lisa and Chris Conti at 45 Pompanesett Island Road. As an abutter, we have no concerns about the improvements and are appreciative of the Conti's thoughtful plans for their home and property. We support their project for several reasons. The planned addition is proportionate and aligns well with their property, maintaining a significant distance of more than 30 feet from their property line. The Contis are also including mitigation components which will improve water quality in the creek. Additionally, we appreciate their consideration in scheduling the project to be completed off-season, minimizing potential disruptions to our neighborhood.
Very smart.
Thank you for considering our perspective. Warm regards, Catherine and John Thorndike. The second letter is from Adam Dechter, 44 Pompanesett Island Road. Dear members of the Conservation Commission, I am writing in support of Lisa and Chris Conti, who have submitted a proposed project at their home at 45 Pompanesett Island Road. The Contis have been exemplary neighbors who are personally, environmentally, and socially responsible and maintain their property impeccably. Our mutual neighbors have also expressed support of their plan, which improves existing conditions. I and my family hope you will approve their project accordingly. Sincerely, Adam Dechter, 44 Pompanesett. One last bit before I ask for a motion. If there's any questions or comments from the public, I forgot to go out to them before the agents. Anyone in the audience? Seeing none? We're good online?
Paul, I do have, one additional comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Just a recommendation for a condition of a 3-year mitigation and monitoring contract to be submitted.
Sure, okay, thank you. Good point.
Sure.
Okay, I would accept a motion then from the commissioner.
I'll make a motion to close an issue for 45 Papaneset Island Road with the condition of a 3-year mitigation contract.
Okay,
Second?
thank you, Marjorie. So we have a motion and a second on the table for consideration, deliberation by commissioners. Any questions, comments on the motion? No? Rich?
Do we
no?
have to, excuse me, I should know
Sure.
this, but do we have to say as a condition what one of the owners very helpfully found as the proof of the Title V within last 2 years? That saves them trouble of having to come back. Do we want to see it?
Don't believe we have to. I think that's vetted out by the Board of Health.
That's a courtesy?
It's, the Board of Health will look at that. We know they have it. It's on file. Yeah.
That's,
But
okay,
no,
that's cool.
well,
All right, so
we
we're
wouldn't
cool
have to
with
put that in our order.
No, we don't have to. All right,
Okay,
yep.
so we're good? All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Hope your mom is better. That was a sad story. Yeah. We all feel bad about that. Yep, okay, there.
Moving right along. I will now call the 6:48 hearing for 54 Kim Path, John J. and Christine S. Measy. Proposed raise and replace single-family dwelling, installation of microfast system and mitigation plantings. Representative is BSS Design. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433302. Good evening.
Good evening. Andrew Garrelay, Yarmouth Port Design Group, registered landscape architect. Tom Bunker with BSS Design is unable to make it because he has to do a ZBA, I think it was in Falmouth. He asked me to represent for him. I used to be an employee of BSS Design. So this is a very small lot in Papaneset Beach area. And it's the second lot in from where there's coastal beach and dunes. It's within 150 feet of coastal dune. Part of the lot brushes into the 75-foot buffer to the coastal dune. And this is a raise and replace, so there's a small existing house that will be removed, and wish I had a pointer for up there. But as you can see, it's one of the things here is it's a very low area, so the most of the lot is in between elevation 6 and 7. So in order to get a septic system in, we had to do a raised septic system so that we have the bottom of the system at 5.5 feet above the groundwater, or mean groundwater, I guess it is, which requires having to have a retaining wall around it. We've done that in pretty much as minimal as we can. There's no existing natural vegetation on the lot, save for a 14-inch, yes, it is arborvitae. I think it's an eastern red cedar, actually. It straddles the neighbor's property on the, I'm going to say left rear corner because the north arrow is at an angle and it throws everybody off. So you can see it's by the shed on the abutter to the rear of the property. So in order to try to preserve that, we've kept the retaining wall at the bare minimum that we can around that raised septic leaching system. So we need to have that, it has to be 10 feet from the back of the retaining wall. And so we did a curved section there to minimize the closeness of that wall to the roots of that tree. We've also, it's also bare minimum to the foundation wall of the house. The actual part of the house is cantilevered 2 feet over on the back side of the house to help make room for the septic system. So the only fill that's being added is in around that septic system behind the retaining wall. There is a little bit of a bump to the left side, which would be the eastern side, just to keep things neat. And also, we need to have, the utilities have to be above the flood elevation grade. So there's AC units right there in that space that Dan just had the cursor on. And the generator is in the back, along the back lot line near the butter shed. I think it's on there, maybe not. The floor of the house is at elevation, it proposed to be at elevation 13.1. Currently, it is elevation 11, which is in the flood, below the base flood elevation. So we're getting this lifted up out of there. Of course, it will have flood vents underneath it. The proposed porch is also on sonotubes, and in order to make the septic work properly, the septic tank and pump chamber combination is out in the front yard, and then it pumps to the septic system in the back. They couldn't do it by gravity in the back because we can't make the walls over 4 feet high without having to be back 5 feet from the lot line, which we couldn't do because the septic system does not allow for that. The existing house is a 3-bedroom. The proposed house is also a 3-bedroom. There is an increase in square footage. I have to look here. Oh, there it is. Of 287 square feet. And of course, as mentioned before, elevated. The driveway, the existing driveway is a cobble driveway. The proposed driveway is going to be gravel, or is it gravel shell mix? I can't remember. No, it's, it is gravel.
Where is it?
Yeah, I don't know if I labeled it on there, but it's proposed to be gravel. It's not paved or anything like that, so, to be pervious. And we also have dry wells to collect the roof runoff. And as you can see, we have quite a bit of mitigation. It's all calculated out in the chart, up there in the upper left of the sheet, using the latest calculation methods, or mitigation multiplication factors. It's all in the 75 to 150, so it's all 2 to 1 actually. And also, all of it, because it's in the land subject to coastal storm flowage, even past the 150 is also calculated into the mitigation. And you can see there's good, solid, robust, diverse mitigation. 940 square feet. And I think that's about it. I can open it up for questions or whatever.
Thank you. So I will go to commissioners first for questions you might have.
This is so tight, huh? I love
Up
that
and
little
that's it.
street, but it's just so tight. So
It
where
is.
did you, is there anybody else that wanted to go first?
Go ahead.
You have the floor, Marjorie.
No, great. I was trying to find, you know, I see where your cobblestone driveway used to be, and now there's, is that, it says 500-gallon pump chamber.
Yeah, it does say proposed driveways, but yeah, no, yeah, I forgot to label it as gravel. It is certainly gravel. You can put that in the order.
So that's gonna be in the same area?
No, it's slightly different shape because the house, so the cobblestone, the cobble driveway is wider. This is narrow, and it's actually like wagon wheel strips with just fescue in between the wagon wheel strips to try to minimize the amount of gravel.
Yeah. But so just tell me about, because it's very, very hard to read, and I've seen the site, and I know it's tight.
And you have the landscape plan too, it might be easier to read on that.
Do you think that would be better?
Yeah, I do. The landscape plans I always do in 10 scale because there's so much text, it's hard to see. At 20 scale. It would be, it would look like that.
I didn't. Hang on.
He has it up on the wall there. I don't
Oh,
know if
all
you can
right,
see that.
so-
Okay, yeah.
So I see the two cars, so that's where the cobblestone is?
No, there's no cobblestone in the proposed plan. It's gravel.
Oh, gravel, okay.
The
all right.
previous plan had cobblestone. If I had a pointer, I could show you where it is because it's in gray. Do you mind if I step up?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
great.
Here's the existing cobblestone driveway.
Yeah, yeah.
To there, back down to there, 2 cars wide like that. So we're doing gravel in here, a little bit right there, and 2 wagon wheel strips, so when they have this, they can just pull a car
Oh,
right
that
off
makes
here.
much better sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and show me septic, or point out the septic.
The pump chamber
Pump
tank
chamber, I
is
saw
here,
it, yeah.
and then it gets pumped into here. So this is the
That's the
leaching,
leach?
that's leaching.
God, they're so close. I was trying to imagine it with the other house that backs up to it from the other. All right, thank you.
The
So,
existing house is in here too. Well, you can see it here.
yeah. So it's going from 3 to 3, not
Yep.
changing in bedrooms,
Correct.
not changing much in square footage.
The footprint the square footage change is 287 square feet.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm good. Whoever
All
else
set?
wants to
Okay.
go.
Sandy?
All set.
All set. Sarah?
I have a couple questions, Andrew.
Sure.
Yeah, and forgive me if I missed it, is the depth to groundwater listed here?
Yes, I did see that.
I think I don't have the second sheet to if there is one to the
have that. Hold on.
It's in the narrative that it's 5.5 feet below the soil absorption system,
Of course.
the leaching. So
Of course.
it's 5.5 feet below.
Test hole data is on page 2, Sarah. Observed groundwater is at 1.2 elevation,
Okay,
down the bottom right-hand corner.
I'm on the
Thank you,
planting
Chairman.
plan,
Okay.
but, okay. Thank you. And in terms of the retaining wall that I see, and just in relative scale, it looks like it's on quite a bit of the property, although I understand this is a very small lot. Is there a figure for the linear feet of this retaining wall that I'm missing?
Don't have it in linear feet, but it's, I can kind of scale it here a little bit. It's minimal, we have to have the septic system has to be 10 feet in from the back of the wall, so that makes it about 11.5 feet away from the property line. So we're right up against it, to the right as you're looking at it, which would be southeast. And then we're right up against it on the back property line, and then we're right up against it, against the house foundation. But we have a little bit of play. We're right up against it where the curved part is, where we're trying to preserve it close to the eastern red cedar that says arborvitae.
Oh, it's not an arborvitae?
It's an eastern red cedar, I
I see,
believe.
okay.
And then there's just a little bit of a bump out so we could get the air conditioning units and just to kind of square it off and not have it really weird on the back corner of the house. But it's minimal. We tried to make it as small as possible to reduce the fill because we knew it was going to be an issue.
Of course. And you can understand why it would be a line of questioning. And have there been any alternatives considered to a septic system? I know this is definitely up to our specs, but any kind of like urine diversion or?
It is an IA system.
Has the applicant thought about any kind of above-ground, like composting system or urine diversion? That would eliminate the need for all of this retaining wall?
I have not heard of anybody doing that.
Okay.
I don't think anybody brought it up to them or.
I see.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to go see the site?
No,
Man, it
It's tight.
is,
no. Very small.
That whole street, it's quaint, which is another word for, man, they were packed in.
The lot's 75 feet wide.
So, yeah, see? And if you look at lot 8 beside it, 7 behind it, 9 behind it, right up
Sure.
next is.
Everyone's got to be on the water. I get it.
It's,
Everyone's
yeah,
gotta
and
be there.
The thing is,
Yeah.
trying to retrofit something.
Sure.
But I think we need to look really closely at that. So
Yeah.
yours is a great question. It's just, what can they do?
Right. There are a lot of different technologies. You know, it might be a conversation for another
Yeah.
time, but it's definitely not something
I think
that
it's
is
something that-
brand new
Yeah.
or unique to people that live on, you know, if you live on the water, we got to start acting like we live on the water.
Also, too, I was just pointing out, I'm not the engineer that designed the septic system, but.
Understood.
And Tom's not here, but I've never seen, and I worked for BSS Design doing civil site plans and having to draw septic systems for 6 years. Then I went to Down Cape Engineering and did civil site plans there for another 6 years. And never have anybody ever proposed that. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I just
Sure.
have never run into that. And
That's
I
how
have
these
no
things
idea
start.
what the,
Yeah. Oh, I'm
what the
not starting it.
alternatives
There's,
are. Yeah.
we can, there's a
an
whole
interesting
center
thought,
here on
though.
Cape Cod with this technology available for
That's
educational
an interesting
purposes.
thought. You just
I
never
think it's
hear
a
of it.
very good thought. And
Anyway.
it's something to have, maybe it would be within our. since
Look
we're
at our
talking about
performance
our purview,
standards.
It might be within our purview.
Yeah.
To make it available, just to make the information available,
Sure.
because it only gets considered if it's frequently mentioned as an option.
It is an
And I-
alternative.
And I think Title V, the Title V regulations would have to have provisions for that, and I don't think there are.
Sure.
So it
Yeah,
might
this
be
this
for-
is up to code, I understand
Yeah,
that.
so it has to be.
Just an alternative. And then I just had a question, shifting gears a little bit on some of the notes for the mitigation plantings. And then on the planting plan, and Andrew, or maybe Drew or Dan, if you all could just help me understand a couple of notes here. One of them talks about, if the groundwater is 14 inches down, and we're looking at wet soil conditions when digging these planting pits, we're going to continue to excavate and then add more sand. That's
No,
planting note number 2. Is that pretty standard?
Yeah, my planting notes are just standard boilerplate
I see.
planting notes. But the groundwater isn't 1.5 feet down, it's at elevation 1.5.
Elevation 1.2,
And the
correct.
elevation is 6.5 where the mitigation's going.
Okay, so
So it's
depth of
quite- it's-
groundwater
it's
would be
quite
closer
above
to
the
4.5
groundwater,
feet. Okay, perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. And then I see here on planting note 6 that the restoration plantings are going to be allowed to grow naturally unless an active conservation permit allows otherwise. I don't see these are any restoration plantings, but I just wanted to note that. since-
Same with mitigation. So any mitigation and restoration plantings, they have to let them grow wild. They
Okay.
can't just cut them back. They can cut them like when they grow, like hang over into their
I
lawn
see.
or go against their house, wherever it is, just for access, but they can't cut them back unless they have a vista pruning permit. In this case, I couldn't imagine them ever applying for one because they have a house that's 3 stories right in front of them. So I don't think that's going to be a concern for this, yeah.
Okay, and then the note here on the lawn standards and utilizing kind of a low-impact fertilizer. I just wanted to find out if that's going to be, I mean, this is so close to the water, just wanted to see if that's,
Those lawn standards, and maybe they're old, I'm not sure. Those lawn standards I got from
Our regulation.
your
correct, yeah.
regulations.
sure, of course.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
put it on there to match your regulations,
Yeah.
so people follow it,
Okay,
hopefully.
Yeah, they will have to follow the lawn
Yes,
standards, but
yes.
it looks like, is the backyard gonna be lawn?
Yeah, up on top of the,
Over
So it's just
septic.
that one strip in the backyard then?
yeah, so we've got the little fescue strip down the middle of where the additional parking is along the side.
Mhm.
And then we've got a little bit here where the stepping stones are for the walk, and then a 3-foot path that goes to here, and then this would be up here.
Yeah, that's pretty standard when it comes to the lawn standards, is that it's usually a fescue or a rye mix. The number one thing we always look out for is the bluegrass, that there's not more than 10% within any mix. And this time of year, you can definitely tell if someone has it or not.
Yep.
That's for certain.
nice and brown,
Yeah.
hopefully. Okay. And then just one other question, Andrew, and I know you're not the engineer that designed the plan, but can you speak to the impetus for tearing the house down and building a new one?
It's an old house, and it's in the, it's would get inundated with flood water
Okay,
when the big one hits,
got it.
so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rich, any questions? I don't know, Andrew, if you have the answer for this, but I know we've been listening to how tight the septic system is, and I
Yeah.
know you've got the requirements to stand back off of that wall. There's no proposed reserve area for this?
Because it's an upgrade of an existing three-bedroom, I don't believe there's a requirement
It
for one,
doesn't
because
require
Tom
that.
would have put it in there, yeah.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah, I
asking.
think when it's an upgrade, you no longer have to have a reserve.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's the only question I had. Unless there's no other questions from commissioners, I'll ask anyone. Oh,
One question, Paul, again, I'm so sorry if I'm missing
Okay.
it, feverishly looking through all the paperwork. Do we have any waiver requests here?
yes, I believe those came in just the other day.
Yes, they did, Tom did submit the waiver
Yeah,
request.
and I have a copy of it if
Okay.
necessary, somewhere in my,
We'll find it, don't worry.
and nitrogen calculations as well.
I don't know if I downloaded that. I saw it in email. It just came in.
Yes, I did see it. It was about the setback, as well as about the vertical wall.
I see, okay, thank you.
Oh, right here.
Oh, there we go.
Right here.
Oh, thank you very much. Even better, thank you.
So if it's a setback, it's C7C, regulation 25, and vertical walls would be C4, I believe.
Okay.
Those were the only two, right?
I believe so, and
Those are the only two.
the retaining wall, obvious, is I believe there's an exemption for Title V.
For the septic, yes. Yep.
Bless you.
All set, sir?
Thank you very much.
If there's any questions from those in attendance, this would be the time. No? We're good. Dan, anything else you would like to add? Or Drew?
Yeah, just to reiterate that they did submit the waiver. It was submitted within 5 days, but it didn't change the project scope. It was just to emphasize the waiver and provide justification for it. As was noted by Andrew, and in the waiver, the exemption for the septic, for the retaining wall, and then because they want to have a flood zone compliant home and there's no opportunity to achieve a setback 75 feet from the edge of flood zone, that's in the waiver for setback provisions, C7. And to Sarah's comment, one thing I could recommend in terms of the lawn, if you want to make a condition that the lawn be comprised of a native clover mix, because clover does fixate nitrogen, we can certainly make that a condition as to the type of lawn that's to be installed.
Thank you.
I think that's acceptable for sure.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Dan?
I have no further comment.
No further comment. Okay, then I guess we're set for a motion. I'd accept one on this project.
So quick question,
Yes.
the waiver request, we're good with. Right, that's what this letter is really sort of confirming, and what Drew just confirmed, right?
Yeah, the waiver, they're acknowledging that they can't meet those criteria, so they're,
Because of, yeah,
yeah.
exactly, so that doesn't have to be part of a motion,
no.
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 And the same thing for the need for the project for health and safety reasons, we're good. We're good with that, okay, so Sandy, it's all yours.
If you would like to make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to make the motion?
Sure.
No, no. So the motion, I make a motion to close an issue on 54 Kim Path, John J. and Christine Mizzy. And I don't believe we need any conditions.
The lawn.
Just
I would-
close an issue, or
I
do
would
we?
recommend a mitigation contract.
Yeah, there's quite a corner there that's going to be mitigated.
Yeah, for the size of the lot, I would only do a 1 or 2 year. I wouldn't worry about going for a 3 year, because the plants will
Okay.
be able to be seen.
And the
I think
native clover
one year
mix
can
too.
suffice, and we can keep monitoring it, but 1 year should be sufficient.
Okay,
And then the native clover mix for the lawn instead of grasses.
right.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
how do you want to word that?
Condition of closure.
All lawns must be composed of a native clover mixed.
Okay, is that good? Who's taking notes?
I've
You
got
gotta
it.
say it.
Alyssa. You gotta say it.
What's that?
You have to say it.
I have to sing it or say it?
Either, really, I think. There's no,
Do we get that down, or do we need to restate it?
Say it.
I've got it.
A native clover mix.
yes.
Yes, we good?
And a 1-year monitoring and maintenance contract.
And a condition of a 1 year, say it again, please, so we've got it straight?
1 year contract for the mitigation.
Good?
Yep.
Okay,
So we have a
so
first.
that's my
Is
motion.
there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion by commissioners, if there is any. Hearing none, I will take a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well, so motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, no, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure we got it right.
That's why we have
And I
that
got this
recording
at home,
secretary
so
over there.
I
She
didn't
doesn't
get it
miss
in my
anything.
packet, did you? No, so I just wanted to make sure that I was
Okay.
getting all the conditions
I'll now
correct.
call the the 6:51 hearing for 409 Monomoskoye Road, Thomas J. and Michelle Jouard, trustees of TM Jouard Nominee Trust. Proposed reconfiguration of existing float attached to an existing pier. Remove and replace associated piles. The representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433303. And we have a request from the representative to continue the hearing to August 8th at 6:36. And do we have the rationale for the request?
Yes, so I had noted some discrepancies on the plan from the project narrative. Specifically, the project narrative stated that there were 4 piles associated with the existing slope. There were actually 2, and that was confirmed by a site visit. So I had suggested that there's no need for 2 additional piles for a slope that's not increasing in size and is just being reoriented, that they keep reposition the float with the existing 2 piles and not add 2 additional piles. And then there was a discrepancy on the plan that showed the existing slope dimensions as 8 by 25 and the reoriented float as the existing float is 8 by 24 and the reoriented float 8 by 25, but it's the same existing slope, which is 8 by 24. So because of those discrepancies, that it was supposed to be Raul from Cape and Islands who's on vacation, Mark Dibb just felt it best to ask for a continuance so that Raul can make those adjustments when he comes back before the commission with a continuance request.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So there you have it. I'd accept a motion for the request.
So moved.
Thank you, Sandy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Marjorie. Motion made and seconded to extend this to August 8th. Any discussion on it further? No?
At 6:36 PM, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
6:36.
Okay, thank you.
To be precise.
Yeah.
I doubt it will actually happen at 6:36.
Sure it'll happen at
but
6:36.
I'll do my best to get that.
Set a
On
record
time.
if we do.
Okay, no further discussion. I will take a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So we will move that one along to our next meeting. I will will call the next hearing, 654, 494 Great Oak Road, Beach, Wacoit Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, Department of Conservation. Proposed project to repair 2 sections of the Great Flat Pond Trail Boardwalk at South Cape Beach State Park. Representative is the Conservation Department, owner of record, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is an RDA. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Ryan Clark, and I'm employed by the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation as the stewardship coordinator at the Wacoit Bay Reserve. And part of my responsibilities are just ensuring the natural resources of the reserve and its properties are, maintained sustainably. And we do have several trails on the property. Southgate Beach State Park is one of our, what's part of the reserve. And this project is to really improve 2 sections of this trail boardwalk, which I've provided the narrative and some maps and images of. This past winter, these 2 sections, particularly the longer section that I've outlined in red on the map there, sections of the pieces of the boardwalk were basically lifted up and kind of disconnected and tossed around by some of the winter storms. And rather than just kind of put things back in place as they were, we've looked at replacing some of the materials in that particular section with a different type of material that is going to allow more sunlight through, and also add additional footings to raise it up just a few inches, to possibly allow better flow of water underneath when there is higher flows. And so I've provided some information about the types of materials that we intend to use. It's some type of decking material made of some kind of composite material. And so we currently have 8 sections of that. It's about 10 feet long by 3 feet wide to replace just what's out there now is 2 10-foot long boards attached to, I think, 4 by 4 inch wood footings, and so we're gonna put 6 by 6 inch footings underneath this decking material, and possibly stack 2 of those 6 by 6 footings if we can, to raise it up a bit. And then the other smaller area that tends to be underwater a lot, we're just gonna add. Yeah, it's on the. If you want to go back to the map. So that smaller red sort of rectangle, what we would like to do there is just add newer footings underneath the existing ones, not digging down at all, just lifting up the existing boardwalk pieces and placing new 6 by 6 pressure treated wood footings underneath the existing ones. So we'd raise it up a little bit more, lift it up out of the water. That's the intention there. And I initially submitted this project narrative to Drew, and Drew approved it with an administrative approval letter, but then I also had to run it through the DCR's Green Docket Committee, and they recommended that I submit the formal RDA application, and that's basically what's brought me here this evening.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioners, questions?
I have a question.
How long will this take?
I'm sorry?
How long will it take?
So our original intention was to, and I had gotten an AmeriCorps group scheduled for this, but then, with the process going through all this, delayed that. So we would have tried to have done it within a day. And what the plan is that we're going to try and prepare some of these newer sections beforehand and then truck them down there. And then once we're ready to do it, you know, hopefully within a day, we can replace everything.
That's good.
It's not it's about 170 feet total. And actually
It's hard to tell, the perspective is a little off. But for
Yeah.
me, yeah.
It's the parts that we're actually gonna replace the pieces entirely is about 80 feet.
Okay.
Because we have 8 of these, 8 pieces
Yeah,
of
that looks pretty pathetic.
decking material. Yeah. Long-term, we actually would like to reroute this trail, but there's a lot more involved with that. In the meantime, we would just like to try and put something out there that's a little bit better for the habitat.
Yeah.
And actually, one thing that I have thought of more recently, so the newer sections are going to be connected with a length of chain.
Okay.
And we're thinking about making it so that if we know in advance of a high storm surge coming, we could go out there and take these sections out during that storm flow. We haven't tried to see if that would be feasible. You know, if 2 people could actually do it, it might be too heavy. But that's something we're gonna test out.
What's the depth of the, how far down does it go? Underneath the walkway?
Right now, it's really right on the surface.
It really is?
Yeah. And there's a couple sections that at really high tides, they're basically underwater. So it's really not, in my opinion, in the best location. Or maybe when it was first put in, it was good, but as water levels are rising, it's now becoming. And that, in that bottom photo is our research coordinator, Megan Tyrell, and her and I both discussed, and we've talked internally about making a plan to reroute this further inland a little ways, and just because it's not a great spot for the the wetland habitat.
Yeah,
there.
I would think so.
But it is a popular trail, and the researchers do need to use it to access the salt marsh. We do educational programs as well, and so we would like to keep it open and continue using it.
Sure. What are we supposed to do, Mr. Chairman?
Let's see if we have other questions first, and then,
And then you'll, and
give us some
then,
direction. Yeah.
all right, okey dokey.
Other questions from commissioners?
I do have
Yes,
a
go ahead, sir.
question, Ryan. And I just want to say too, Webner is one of my favorite places to bring my kids on these trails. We love stomping around over here, and so this is really exciting. And I think it's really cool about the light penetration with the new material. And one of my questions was the movement in high water conditions, but it sounds like the water just comes up over and inundates the material. Is that correct?
Yeah, what I think is it wouldn't lift it up, hopefully. It would just sort of filter through it, whereas the boards,
Sure.
it's out there existing, it gets more easily lifted up, because none of it is anchored into the ground, right? It's just sitting on top.
Right.
And all of the separate sections are linked or connected together. These were all just sort of screwed in or bolted into connecting footings. But I think with having these chain links and not having each section bolted onto each other, it makes it possible for us to see about removing them, or it gives them a little more flexibility to kind of shift around just a bit, but not get totally tossed off. And
That's really cool. Yeah, that's really neat. I haven't seen that before. Is there any concern for entrapment, like wildlife entrapment in the mesh, or?
No, that's a good question. It's not something that we've thought about. The individual grids, I think, are about 1.25 inches square.
Wow.
I mean, if there was a strong flow through there, and it's really strong currents, perhaps some wildlife might get stuck in it. I think the chances are pretty slim of that happening. That's a good question.
Cool. Thank you.
Other questions? Rich, all set? So what I'm hearing is it's, for the most part, a one-day fix. You would build these components off-site, bring them in, install them, and possibly remove them with advance notice of a storm surge?
Right, yeah. we're not finalized on that part yet.
Right.
But yeah, the plan currently is to at least set up the new pieces offsite at our operations area. And then once we're ready to install, there's removal of the older pieces
Yeah.
and then laying the new ones down. It could take maybe 2 days tops. Try to plan it.
But for the most part, you're in and out. It's
Yeah.
not going to be extended over weeks at a time.
Not at all.
And what is the length of the sections, Ryan, that you do construct? I know it says it's a 3-foot width, right?
Right. So it's,
Is it going to vary, or are they all going to be a standard length?
they're all 10 feet long.
They're all 10?
Okay. The existing sections out there are 10 feet long, so we're basically replacing like
Okay.
with like.
Okay.
The width is not gonna be wider than it is now.
Yep.
Current trail corridor.
Okay, I have no further questions. Let me go out to the audience if there's questions or comments. None? Dan, is there something you would like to add?
So I feel this project is definitely needed. I just walked out there for the first time, actually, this past week.
Okay.
I'd been in town for a couple of years. Every time I drove by, there was just a little flag up, said trail closed. So I was fascinated to see it. This
Are
is,
you a lonely person out there?
no, when I went
we've
out
got
there,
others.
when I went out there, I was getting laughed at because I was dressed like I am right now. And the deer flies
we
were
wouldn't
horrendous, and there was a
laugh at
bunch of researchers in the salt marsh collecting samples. So
Okay.
they were getting a good chuckle out of me. So
Protective gear.
yeah. So, so again, I think this project is absolutely needed. It's not a question there. And you did mention it's temporary until future consideration can be for whatever it may be.
Right.
Has that future consideration at all been for an elevated boardwalk, the whole section to increase like educational access, monitoring access, but also this is a pretty far fetch. You can see almost to the parking lot in the salt marsh. And I know me as a tall person, I can see quite the bit. So I figure if there was one there, it might be something, for that. And the reason I say that, we did one in Dartmouth when I worked for a different company, and the whole entire thing was, almost 800 feet long, and it was all installed by hand. There was no machinery used for it. So I didn't know if that was a consideration at all for the future.
Yeah, I mean, and also for accessibility.
Yeah.
Like the current one is only, for
Absolutely. Yeah.
capable people. And so that's something we would like to do is make elevated and wide enough for, everyone to be
Okay.
able to use it. Yeah.
I just think that'd be a fantastic idea, again, for the monitoring and the wildlife and all that, but as well as for the accessibility, because as you said, you're getting out there on foot and that's it.
Yes.
So,
Right, yeah.
Okay. Drew, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, just to reiterate Dan's comments that any sort of redesign, I think, a rerouting and a redesign is absolutely necessary, and to make it more environmentally friendly, increasing sunlight exposure and reduction of any impact on wildlife passage or capture of wildlife in a flooding event. And I didn't mean any, to keep it off the commission's radar by recommending administrative approval at first. It just seemed like, because of Webner's reputation as an environmental stewardship organization, it just seemed like a pretty straightforward application, but I completely respect Ryan's desire, based on the advice of his higher ups, to have it come forward as an RDA. So just wanted to clarify that, and just happy to see that they're making improvements to this trail for public access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, there you have it. So I would, this is an RDA, so if you want to approve the project to go forward without conditioning, it would be a negative determination. Or if you see fit, you could vote for a positive determination, which would trigger the filing of a notice of intent, but there's not a lot of work here. It's constructed off-site, it's brought in, it's put down, it's temporary. Looks to me, I'll let the motion come as it is.
I'll be happy to make a motion for a negative determination on, how shall I phrase it? 494? Is it 494?
Yes.
Have I got it right?
494
494 Great Oak
Great Oak.
Road?
Yep.
Town map, that's address.
The Wacoit Bay National Estuary Research Reserve, Department of Conservation. That's a very long title.
Yes.
And I don't think we have any conditions, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
Thank you, Sarah. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? I'll call for a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so motion carries. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
You listen to a lot of music? I'm just
when
curious.
I'm driving, commute,
Yeah? I'm just curious.
Yeah. Thank you for your work, too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have two certificates of compliance requests. Both have passed. One is for 23 Alma Road, New Seabury Properties LLC. That's DEP file number 431971. And 46 Little Neck Lane. And that one also passed, and that's for DEP file number 433164. So we'll have paperwork to sign on those. I'm sure Dan's got that.
Just to, for clarification on Alma Road, that project never took place. And we did confirm that the site was undisturbed. So just for the commission's FYI, no activities ever took place for Alma Road, and we did confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, so let me back up to our pre- and post-hearing agenda items. I'll start with the approval for draft meeting minutes. We've got quite a few of them here, so bear with me. The first set of minutes is from, it goes back a ways, 11/16/23. That was a, not a quarterly update meeting, but a typical meeting. And I don't believe we have enough people to vote on that. The eligible voters are myself, Steve, Sandy, and Aaron, and Steve and Aaron are both absent. So I believe we would have to hold on that.
I think you will.
Am I correct on that, Dan?
Yeah, we need a quorum for it.
Yeah, we wouldn't have the quorum for that. The
Yeah,
next,
so August 8th, sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
August 8th, they could be approved, but these minutes are kind of a priority because they're part of the administrative record for the bylaw appeal of 190 Monomoskoye.
right,
That was only one hearing and it was that date. So it's kind of crucial that the commission review and approve those minutes, because the date, and this is part of the updates on the pre-post agenda, the date that was originally submitted for deadline to submit the administrative record per town council's recommendation was July 19th. That got extended to August 16th. So if we can approve those minutes by August 8th, we can submit that as part of the administrative record for that upcoming appeal.
right. I had a conversation with Steve before he left for vacation, and I believe he said he was going to be available for the August meetings.
He did, yes, that's correct.
I know I'll be here for that. Sandy, you're here now.
The 8th, yeah.
So I'm pretty confident we'll have a quorum for that.
Okay, great.
All right. Let me move on to May 2nd. That was the quarterly update meeting, and we do have a quorum that is here to vote on that. That would be myself, Marjorie, Sandy, and Sarah. So have you looked at those minutes, May 2nd, 2024?
I looked at them when you sent them.
Okay. And are you okay with?
I'm okay.
All right.
I had a question.
Sure, go
Alyssa,
ahead.
I think I was confused about the meeting starting at 6, and so I arrived at 6:30 that evening. I don't know if that needs to be noted, or if I just missed it in the minutes.
For May 2nd?
For May 2nd, yeah. I wonder if that needs to be noted.
That meeting was called to order at 6, and you,
I arrived at 6:30, right on time for our regular, regular meetings.
okay.
I would just suggest that that be noted as an amendment to the meeting minutes.
Okay,
Yep.
fair enough.
In parentheses, maybe 6:30?
Yeah,
Maybe
on the,
like, yeah.
on the
that's a good-
attendance section at the top, Alyssa, you could just put in parentheses, arrived at, and give the time, 6:30.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
And then you were here for the bulk of the meeting, so.
I was here for the rest of
Okay.
it.
So are we okay with everything that you've looked at?
I'm okay, yeah.
I'm looking through my file just
Do
to
we
see
need
if
to,
I
we
have
need,
it.
do we need a motion to officially approve or not?
Hold on, there's a couple of little things that I picked up on, sorry. If
If
you
it's a
look at page,
capitalized-
if you look at page 4 of the minutes itself, there's discussion about Regulation 25, and it doesn't say draft 25. So that could be construed as the existing 25, or, because that was the night that we released the draft 25 to the entire commission, which is when it became a public document. So I think it's crucial that that word draft be added on
Nice
page
catch.
4. Okay?
That's a nice catch.
And I checked all the links because I like that feature, but I know the hyperlink for 2017 mitigation plan does not work because it's not a full link. That's a tough plan to grab because it's big, you know, it's a compressed PDF. So I don't know if we want to think about adjusting that link a little bit, because people might want to take a look at that. Although there's a newer plan now that's been, it was accepted by the select board at their last meeting, I forget the date, but they did accept the 2023 updated mitigation, or hazard mitigation plan. So this one's kind of, you know, it's nice to look back at it.
Maybe smaller in size, if not, I can
Yeah.
compress it, so that's easier.
Okay. So I picked up on that, and that was it. That's all I saw. And I know, Drew, did you comment on this one? Did you have anything that you wanted to ask about?
I didn't, I originally had comments and strikeout, and that's my bad. I should have waited for the commission to deliberate as you currently are during this meeting, so I rescinded all of that. The rationale, just to provide an explanation, was to assist Alyssa in trying to summarize some of the things that were said instead of, you know, transcribing everything that was said, particularly with the presentation that was done for the permeable reactive barrier.
Right.
But if the commission, you know, desires to have all that information reflected in the minutes, that's fine. My only intention was to kind of, you know, help Alyssa to summarize as opposed to verbatim. But it's absolutely your discretion. I didn't mean to overstep there, so just to provide some clarity there.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Okay, so that's what we have. It's just one edition of draft and the hyperlink issue, I guess. So I'd accept a motion if there is one to accept these minutes.
We got another one, don't we?
Before we,
Move to accept with your,
accept
with
the
your
minutes.
amendments.
Yes, with the edits that we have mentioned. Yep.
Are you all set, Alyssa, on the amendments?
I am.
Yeah, great. So I make a motion to accept the
Okay.
minutes of May
Second.
2nd,
All right.
2024.
Is there a second?
second,
Thank you, Sarah. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I would just note that I really did appreciate the extra detail on that presentation. I got confused about the meeting time and missed it, and so reading those notes was really helpful.
Yeah, it was
So
a great.
I really
it was a
appreciate the
great
detail of your notes,
presentation.
Alyssa. Yeah.
I told Alyssa that when I first got her.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
appreciate them. Yeah.
They're wonderful.
Okay, so let me take a vote of those that are eligible to vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes?
And I vote yes as well. So those minutes are in. The next set of minutes is May 23rd. And eligible to vote would be myself, Sarah, Sandy. So we have a quorum. Have you had a chance to look at those minutes? 23rd.
Yes.
And are you all set with those?
Look good to me.
This is the regular meeting, not the executive session one.
Do we have the executive session minutes?
We do have those. Those are coming. They're in the next bullet down.
Okay.
This is for the regular meeting, okay? I'm just looking at my draft to make sure that I didn't see anything. There it is for edits, hold on. No. Standard 6, standard 12. I thought I had something in this one, but I don't think I do. Sorry for the delay. Just want to make sure. COC, that's passed. No, I don't have anything that I see wrong with them. So I guess we're all set for a motion.
Yay, I can't do it.
I'll make a motion
I
to
wasn't there.
approve the meeting minutes for May 23rd, 2024.
All right, motion made by Sarah. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion amongst those voting? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that motion carries. The next regular meeting was June 13th, 2024. And I believe you have all been provided with that copy. I'm going to open mine here for a second. It's not. One of the things that threw me off on my file system is the file is named incorrectly. It says draft 7/13/24 instead of 6/13, but I don't think that's an issue for the minutes. I just was looking for it when I went back and I said, well, that's not it, that's July. I wasn't thinking which meeting it was. And then I went back and saw that it was there. But that has nothing to do with the minutes, it's just a name. Now, on this set of minutes, I know, Drew, I know you had gone through and made several different comments, and I went through all of those and replied to them, so I'd have them for the meeting. So if you'd like, or I can go through those, just so everybody is squared away.
Sure.
The first comment was in regards to the public comment from Susan Dangle about the beech tree issue that's going on up there, not only up there around the pond, but throughout most of Mashpee. And Drew was suggesting that the word tree should be replaced with the word leaf. This was actually a public comment made by a resident, and I went back to the transcript, and she did say tree. So I really don't agree with changing what the public had to say. Whether she's correct or incorrect, it is what she said. So I would rather that stay as tree.
Okay, that's fine.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it's understood that it is beech leaf disease. I only suggested that in the terms of accuracy about what the disease is actually referred to, but that's fine. I completely understand.
Yeah, I just looked at it as a public comment. I didn't want to change what a person said.
Absolutely.
The next one is under the discussion for 17 Monomoskoye Road West. Drew had mentioned to replace that the applicant submit the instead of using the, and I okayed that. So we can change that, okay?
Yep.
The next one was to replace the word making with the word make. It's just a tense change.
It's just sentence syntax, that's all.
That's all. And you know, I was fine with that.
Okay.
I think I put down grammatical. I think I was right, grammatical if you're saying syntax.
Yeah.
The next comment was on an order of conditions without prejudice, and that's kind of an important thing to have in there. The minutes say the notice of intent filing. So I think that we should change that to an order of conditions without prejudice, as Drew had mentioned in his comments. Okay, the next one was in regards to taking Drew's name out of this. It says Mr. McManus leaves the meeting at approximately such and such a time. It says replace with the agent. So it's consistent with the bullet above it, which says the agent will update the applicant, and that's fine. This next one's important, because.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a roll call vote
Yeah, I'm
taken.
gonna address
yeah.
that. Because Drew had left the meeting and he's going back and he's looking at the minutes, he was looking for the vote because there was a motion made by Steve Cook to discuss and vote at a latter date, and the motion was seconded by Ms. Clabroot. And that's in reference to Regulation 25, the discussion on the draft performance standards. And at that time, Marjorie said, well, gee, you know, there's some people here that have been waiting a long time, and I, instead of going to discussion on the motion that was on the table, I allowed the public to comment. And if you look at the transcript and Marjorie, this harkens back to what you said earlier. At 3 hours, 48 minutes and 18 seconds into our meeting, I allowed Mr. Malloy from the PBA to come up and address the commission with his concerns. And that went on until 4:04. So now we were into it for 4 hours, and there were no other comments, and we went on to reorganization. That was my error. I lost track of the fact that we had a motion on the table to table it. I listened to what the resident had to say for several minutes, and we just went on to reorganization, because at that point, we were into it for 4 hours, and now we're well after 10:30 at night. So in answer to your comment, Drew, there was no vote. It was tabled, and that tabling was never approved by a vote.
Okay, so maybe just a clarification comment there, just to kind of reflect that, just to
Yeah.
summarize it, I guess, would be appropriate.
Yeah, and I think, Alyssa, you can use the narrative that I just used, and I can send this to you if you'd like it.
I would actually need that.
Yeah, sure, I'll
So
forward it.
so we're talking about the motion to table was never voted
It
on.
was never voted on, right. Rather than continue our deliberations on that motion.
Right.
I went out, as you had, I'm gonna blame it on you. You
You're
said,
blaming it on me?
you said, gee, these people have been sitting here all night. Or maybe it was Alex, I'm
No,
not sure.
no, I will admit to it. I will,
Might have been you.
but it was true.
And I felt bad, sure, if you're sitting here all night, you want to participate in a discussion, you should be allowed to.
And it's a
I
public
allowed it
hearing.
in.
And you
then
allowed
I just
it in.
forgot. I forgot to go back and pick
But
up
no
the
harm
vote.
done, right?
Well,
No harm done, no,
no,
absolutely
it's
not.
caught, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Minutes need to be accurate. The next one's just a spelling error, legal counsel, and that's fine to correct. In fact, that's in a couple of places, and again, Alyssa, I'll forward this copy over to you, so you'll have it. The next one was following legal counsel review and public comment, and that is under the updates, under bylaw review subcommittee. Our minutes say discussion on draft performance bylaw standards, and Drew had suggested following legal counsel review and public comment.
Right, because we don't know if legal counsel is going to approve, so I just thought review was a more appropriate word.
Right.
In that scenario. Again, your discretion, but that was the.
Yeah, I think it's
kind of-
appropriate, especially
Yeah,
in light of
okay.
the fact that we've had a legal counsel for years and years and years, and this is gonna go to a different legal counsel, so
Right.
we don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
The next one was another nearby wetland, and that is in reference to just a term, the pond. If you remember, the New Seabury Golf Course had that flooding issue.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divert the water from one wetland to the nearest wetland.
Yes.
And the minutes just say a pond, and it would just, I think it's fine to say another nearby wetland
I think
rather
so,
than
too.
a pond.
Paul, there were a couple of comments before that. It
Did
was
I
under
miss-
public comments. I suggested adding in the acronym PBA after Pompanesett Beach Association. Just at the onset of the use of Pompanesett Beach Association, because it's referred to after that as PBA. And it would be good just to have that acronym put in right at the onset.
I must have missed that one. I don't know how I missed that. I see PBA on there, right? Sure.
Yeah, but just to have
Okay.
PBA put in right when Papaneset Beach Association is initially mentioned.
It should be that way, that's.
Yeah, I did not miss it, Drew. I just scrolled on past it. I see it now.
Okay, yeah, no
Add in
worries.
PBA, and I said okay to that. Yeah, once
Okay,
the whole name comes out, the acronym goes in, then you just use the acronym from that point forward.
Right.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. The next one, I think I got, now I'm scrolled back too far. Let me get back to where I was. Another nearby wetland. That actually appears twice in that discussion from the golf course issue. So I okayed that as well. The next one is the correct spelling on, I forget her first name, Hannah.
Hannah,
Hannah
yeah.
Reddick. She was here earlier tonight. It's just a misspelling of her last name. So we
And
should,
actually, I need to make a recorrection on that. It's actually Radddatz, not ITZ. That is the correct spelling of her last name, is Radddatz.
okay. Did you get that,
Yeah.
Alyssa? That spelling or? Okay.
Should we let it to Martha Raddatz?
The next comment is under public comments, agent comments. It says, determine if Phil qualifies for any exception status. It should be exemption status. So I
But
said that was
It
okay.
actually says exception, so I'm fine with that. I can rescind that comment. In the actual regulation, it does use the word exception.
Oh, it
So
does?
it does. Yep, so that's my fault.
Wow.
That is 100% accurate.
And I okayed your fault on that, see?
Yeah, well,
so you
it's semantic,
you
know,
caught-
it's
yeah,
one way or the other.
Nobody
Both
called
means
me.
the same thing.
And that's in relation to Regulation 25, the
Correct.
existing,
Yeah?
the existing 25, not the draft. The next one was no comments from the commission or the public, and that was in reference to the way the minutes read. There are no commissioners or public comments. It's one and the same. I just saw it as a grammatical issue, so I'll send this along if you want to change it. I don't really
Your
think
call,
that has
Alyssa.
to be. The next one is the 150-foot wetland buffer zone, and this was when Representative Thomas Bunker was talking about property at lot 112, which is 73 Whippoorwill Circle. It's written in the minutes as 150 feet of wetland, and it should say 150 feet of wetland buffer zone. So we need to get that in there, the word buffer zone. The one after that is, in that same hearing, replace with the abutting parcel at 77 Whippoorwill Circle is town-owned conservation land. And what it says in the minutes is Lot 113's wetland is owned by the town. So we wanted to get in the address and the fact that it's not just owned by the town, it's conservation land. So
Correct.
I think that's a good thing to change. And again, I'll send you this file so you'll have it. The next one was to reword these areas, and
Sorry.
trying to,
Again, it's just kind of, just to clarify, the removed area is kind of ambiguous, so I just
Sure.
said these areas, just to kind of,
Yeah.
clarify it a little more.
right, and that's in that same discussion.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
And then I believe there was also a thing on the one hyphen foot fill, and you said
Right.
1 foot of fill. I just think it's okay the way it is. I think it's the same thing.
Okay,
But
that's fine.
if we want to
Yeah.
change it, I don't
Yeah.
see that it makes any difference. The next one is Representative Michael Borselli, who is also here tonight. Drew had mentioned to change the wording of a dwelling on a 3,300 square foot property located on Spoondrift Cove. And had suggested changing that wording to the existing home at 126 Waiting Place Road, which borders Spoondrift Cove. And I thought that was probably a good thing to do. Do you want to comment on that one, Drew, or are you all set with that, or?
Yeah, it's just to clarify, we're talking about the same property as the proposed activities, and it seems like the wording could be misconstrued that they're talking about, that you were talking about a different property, so it's really just to clarify it's the same property.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next one was a Chapter 91 license instead of existing license. Department of Environmental Protection recognizes proposed vertical wall as a licensed structure considered as to be maintenance under the existing license. It should be Chapter 91. Okay. The next comment from Drew was to replace the word rocks when there was questions in that particular hearing with existing rock wall rather than just rocks. It does say, and the proposed vertical wall would be better protection, but I can see where it would just be construed as a pile of rocks. It's actually
Right.
a wall itself.
Yep.
The next one was on the bulkhead portion of that. Instead of existing wall, it should be replaced with proposed bulkhead. And I thought that was a good thing to do. Even though it does say bulkhead above it and below it, I think
Yeah.
we should get that into
Just
that
for
bullet as
consistency.
well. Yeah.
Yep.
Black locust tree.
Just adding a T to the word locust.
Yeah,
Yep.
I see
It's
that.
a
but
locust, yeah.
It does say tree, though. I don't know why. You say to replace.
Yeah, I didn't mean to include the word tree, it's just locust with a T
Oh.
instead of locust. Because that is the name of the species, it's Locust, and it was spelled as
Oh, I see it. Okay, yeah, it's just,
Yep.
it's a spelling
Yeah.
issue with the
That's it,
species
yep.
of the tree. Okay.
Yep, yeah.
I was looking at tree itself, and I'm saying, wow,
No,
that's.
yeah, so I shouldn't have included tree,
Yeah.
it was just the spelling locust.
Okay. In that same paragraph, 2 steps to the existing walkway. I believe that's a grammatical thing as well, adding 2 steps to the existing walkway.
Yep.
The next comment was the spelling. Apparently Sue Dangles stayed around and had additional public comments, and her name is spelled wrong, so it'd be good to clean that up. The next one, I have 2 different marks on this. Drew had talked about rewording is proposed on a bullet that says vista pruning will be proposed. It is being proposed with maintenance in perpetuity, so changing the words will be to is proposed. And then I had highlighted above that, a certified arborist has confirmed the need for proposed tree removal due to the risk they pose to existing homes. And I think the reason I highlighted it is this person was calling it beech leaf disease, such as what Drew mentioned at the beginning of these edits. And the public commenter, Sue Dangle, called it tree disease. So I guess it's a question of, what are we calling this? Are we calling it leaf disease or tree disease? So that's what.
It should be leaf, yeah, it should be leaf disease, because that's what it's universally referred to as.
Right.
I
I know
just did it because of.
the reason, the reason I got hung up on it is I remember in the discussion about taking the stumps, and we didn't want to take the stumps because they're right on the coastal bank. And then there was some concern about the nematode residing in the stump and having it spread further
right.
into other trees.
Right.
And I remember pressing the arborist about that, and he said, we're really on the front end of this. There's still a lot we need to learn about it. So I was struggling with the minutes of, what are we calling this? Are we calling it leaf disease, or are we calling it tree disease?
He was calling it tree disease.
The arborist
The arborist.
said leaf disease, at least that's the way
Yeah,
it
he
was
said-
captured.
But
Right,
when he
and-
described that
In the
difficult.
UMass Extension Service, they refer to it as leaf disease, and every
Right.
other reference I've seen is leaf disease, so I
disease.
think it's safe to assume it's leaf disease.
Yeah, okay, that's
Yeah.
why I highlighted, I just wanted to kind of put this thing to rest a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
But it was mentioned twice in that section, Paul. That's
Yes,
why
I do see,
highlighted it.
I see that now where
Yeah.
you've got it down, proposed trees
Yeah.
to be removed. So we could just take
Yeah.
one of those out?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a double entry. You'll see that, Alyssa, when I send the file over to you. The next one was, this is already stated above in the first line. Oh, that's the one for the double entry, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Add in any beech trees, and that was. I'm
Well,
trying
it
to
was
see
because we were talking about trees that weren't producing leaves again, and that was in reference to the beech leaf disease. So I just wanted to make it specific to beech trees because we weren't talking about any other tree species other than beech trees in that proposal.
Right,
So that's why I wanted to just clarify there to add in any beech trees and not just any trees in general.
I see, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Cut down trees, I see that, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And this may sound like a lot of nitpicking stuff, but anything about these beech trees is good, we gotta have it right, because we are going to have a problem. I mean, this is not gonna go away for a while.
Right,
And I
right.
believe somebody said, this is one of many requests that will be coming in the near future, so people will look back at the minutes and say, well, this is what you said there, what are you saying here? You know?
Well, with that, can I just say, that agent did did make a distinction, because he said these things are in flux right now.
Right.
And we were asking, even if they don't have leaves on them, couldn't, disruption of the root and all of that.
We
is
had a lot
that-
of questions for him that night.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he made a distinction to say, even without the leaves, the tree in and of itself, if it's disrupted, we don't know for certain yet whether that will make it spread. So,
Right.
But I can tell you, Marjorie, with absolute certainty that this is relegated to the leaves. There's been research
Oh, I
that
don't
has
doubt
been
you.
confirmed and not the stump.
no, I don't doubt you, I just
100%
know,
It's been 100% confirmed, Marjorie. I can tell you that with
I'm
absolute
not
certainty.
arguing with you. I'm
Yeah.
not arguing with you,
No,
I'm saying
just
that
clarifying.
I'm sorry?
Just clarifying. Just clarifying, that's all.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that the agent did leave room for it to be interpreted to say that we're learning, I believe what he said was, I don't remember the exact language, but I believe he said, this is changing every single day.
Right, they're getting a lot of,
That's
a
all.
lot of data's coming in, so
Yeah.
it would be changing. Okay, moving on, because we have a few more to go here. Delete the number 3 on a motion made by Steve Cook to close an issue with all 3 stumps. It should just read stumps, I believe, except for the one stump that was proposed for the new patio. So to remove the number 3. The next one was for 87 Lighthouse Lane, replace with Farmer's Porch, the word addition. It says to support the addition. They do refer to the addition previous to that as a farmer's porch, so to be consistent, we should replace the word condition. The next one was native species. Instead of, Alyssa, you capture that as species sheets. And I know what you were thinking, the sheets that have all the listed species on them, and Drew thought it might be better to have native species specifically spelled out in the minutes, because that's what we were asking for. I believe that's the rationale on that one, Drew?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, the one after that is,
Subject to a notice of
Yeah,
intent.
subject to a notice
It's
of
really
intent.
subject to an existing order of conditions,
Yeah.
because a notice of intent is the application, and the order of conditions is the permit. So if you're gonna say subject to, it should be subject to the permit, not the application.
not the order, or, yeah, not the intent, yep.
Yeah.
And that's at the, right before commissioner comments.
Yeah.
The next one is under 86 Lakewood Drive, current/authorized should read as existing/permitted.
It's fine, it's semantics, I don't
Yeah.
really, it's fine, yeah.
I just want to call them all out so that we have them.
Yeah, yeah.
The one after that is to replace with order of conditions, and that would be, there is an existing, it reads, there is an existing notice of intent, and that really should be, she's talking about the permit, so it should be order of conditions.
Yeah.
Replace with graded. Let me just find the exact spot where that is. That was on the pier of the aluminum graded decking, and it should
It's
be.
just spelling,
Yeah,
yeah.
it should be graded,
Yeah.
G-R-A-T-E-D. Kind of like that decking that we saw that was proposed tonight. On the Wetlands Protection Act statement, Drew, you have MA before that. I don't know if that's necessary. I mean, we see that all the time. I mean,
Well, it differentiates between the state act, which is what that sentence is in reference to, as opposed to the bylaw, so I just felt that adding MA would absolutely clarify you're talking about the state act there.
right. Yeah, I guess we could add it in. The next one is on the shoreline of the pond, and that is referring to where the pieces of the float were gonna be stored. Instead of existing stone wall, it should say the shoreline of the pond. There is a stone wall there, though, in that,
Yes, it just, because that is the existing condition, it is like a rocky shoreline, and there's a stone wall, but the stone wall doesn't house the dock components, they go over it. So it's just a clarification, sentence kind of clarification there as far as the existing condition.
yep, okay.
And the one after that too?
Right, I'm trying to see, you said replace 2 square sections totaling 9 pieces, is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 8-foot sections currently with an additional 2 and the square section, so it should say 2 square sections totaling 9
Yep.
pieces, yep,
Yeah.
okay. Mitigation plantings is the next one, rather than just plantings. Plantings have been installed and inspected, it should read mitigation plantings. The one after that, the order of conditions is withheld from issuance. And what it says in our minutes is clarification from the chairman is requested as to whether or not they hold the order. So it should read, the order of conditions is withheld from issuance. And that was in regards to the National Heritage letter we were waiting for. The next one is a condition can be added to the order of conditions to incorporate any requirements from natural heritage, rather than what the minutes say as an amendment can be completed to put the specific conditions into the order.
Right, because it's
Yeah.
not an amendment, it's actually a condition.
Right, it's the requirements from that specific letter, so.
Right,
yeah,
right,
Yeah, that should be there, okay. No response from natural heritage, it should say comments from natural heritage have yet to be received. If you recall, they have typically a 30-day window, I believe,
Correct.
to respond, and I think we were still waiting for that response.
It has since come in.
It has. They usually
Yeah.
do eventually.
Yeah.
The next one is to change the word digging to stairway, and it would be erosion control for the proposed stairway rather than proposed digging. I
I'm
get,
fine with digging, I mean, it's not really that big a deal.
yeah, we could have both, digging out for the stairway
Yeah.
or something.
Either one works, so I'll rescind that comment.
Yeah, okay. The next one, making erosion control a condition of approval to comply with building codes. And Drew suggested having a condition that the stairway construction must be compliant with building code and have erosion controls. That does spell it out a little more strongly. I think that would be a good one to word that way.
Okay.
The next one is on one of the comments that comes on our all comment sheets. It says agent resource area, buffer zone to inland bank. This is for 71 Hupelo Road. And the BVW associated with Johns Pond, Project Locus is outside. And it should read, Project Locus is outside of the mapped rare species habitat, because that's what that comment was referring to. So
Yeah.
I said okay on that one. The next one is the clearing of a 60 by 80-foot area of natural vegetation for a portion of the backyard area associated with new home construction. And Drew had suggested the applicant and consultant stated that this clearing was no longer being proposed. This should be noted in the section of the minutes. So it was part of the proposal, but they did state that it was not going to be conducted, correct?
Correct, and we did put that into the order of conditions as well.
That was a condition, right?
Yeah, it was an omission. It was something that they originally proposed, but they said at the meeting they're not going to do it. So we reflected that in the order of conditions to make sure that that was the case moving forward.
Okay. And
I think that's it.
I was gonna say, sad to say, but I've reached page 21 of the minutes. And I don't know, maybe you guys have some other comments.
Well, we are impressed.
I spent a lot, well, Drew spent more time than I did, but I spent a lot of time. I went through every
Yeah,
single one of those
you did,
comments.
every
and
single one.
replied to each one, because I knew Alyssa would need it anyway, so
Right.
I can send
Much
you this.
appreciated.
Yeah, I can send that
Yeah.
over to you.
I did have one,
Sandy's got a comment.
well, I just don't know, I believe that, because Aaron left the meeting like at 8:20-ish. And I know in other minutes, we've noted it when somebody's had to leave.
Right, I
Yeah,
remember.
good catch, Sandy.
I remember seeing that from you. You had sent that to me, saying that Aaron.
Well, I
had
just don't know
left.
how you, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure of the time. I remember looking over.
I just
and-
put in my, well, I only noticed because she wasn't, she was sitting beside me and then she wasn't. I put 8:20-ish, but I didn't have the exact time.
Okay.
Because she didn't state it to you, she just left, I think.
So
Good.
perhaps, again, up at the top of the minutes, aside of Aaron's name in parentheses, you've got Sarah coming in at 6:30 on one of those, right? So it'd be the same kind of a setup, just in parentheses, that she left at such and such a time. 8:34, you said?
No, I said 8:20-ish, I didn't,
8:20-ish.
that was when I
Yeah.
noticed it, but it couldn't have been that much
Yeah.
difference.
I didn't know if she just stepped out to use the bathroom, and I
I know,
noticed
she
after a
didn't.
while she wasn't there, so I
Right,
just
yeah.
assumed she was.
I think we can go with 8:20.
Okay, so those are the suggested edits that we have on that file. Just a few. Sorry,
Ray,
just a few.
What was a long one?
Okay, so if there are no other changes, I would accept a motion on these minutes as edited and revised.
I was
am
not
I
there.
on your list?
Yes, I believe, let's see, I'm on it, Alex, Steve, Sandy, Marjorie,
Okay,
Aaron,
good,
and
yeah.
Rich. Well, Rich
I
won't
move
be
to
voting
accept the
because we don't
minutes
need
as
him as a
amended.
quorum. Okay, so Marjorie's gonna make the first on those minutes, and the second is
Second.
from Sandy. Okay. And so voting on this would just be Marjorie, Sandy, and me.
Mm.
So, how do you
Yes.
vote there, Marjorie? Yes? Sandy?
Yes.
Yes.
You're okay with it all? And I vote yes as well. After all that work, I would certainly not want to
Holy
vote no.
moly.
Whew, okay, that one's in. One last set of minutes are the approval of the executive session draft minutes. That was on 5/23 as well. And those that were in attendance were myself, Alex, Steve, Sarah, Aaron, and Sandy. So if you've looked at those executive minutes, if you have anything,
I haven't seen them, and I can't seem to find them. So if it's
Okay.
possible, can we
so
vote
let's
on
hold
those
on.
Table
If I
it
were to,
next
if I were to
time?
take you out,
Yeah.
Steve isn't here, Alex isn't here, Aaron's not here. Yes, you certainly have to read them. You can't, and
Yeah.
without you, we don't have a quorum to
Okay.
accept them, so we'd have to
Yeah.
table those until our next meeting.
Could those be resent? as
Sure,
well?
I have them, I can send them to you.
Thank you.
Anybody can
Thank
send
you.
you the minutes. Okay? Okay. That's the longest set of minutes.
Longest
Sorry. but
ever.
It happens, it happens.
All right.
Moving on to discussion items, water quality, issues and initiatives. There's one thing, quick thing that I want to bring up. You may or may not know that last weekend, Saturday, the Save Mashpee Wakeby Pond Alliance had their annual meeting, and they had a boat parade throughout the entire pond to support clean water initiatives, whether it's the sewer program or cutting back on fertilizers, or you name it. Wonderful program, a lot of decorated boats, a lot of people along the shoreline on their floats and wharfs, clapping, waving, a lot of people with their own signs. It was extremely uplifting to see the momentum that one organization, of course now they're working with all of the other pond coalition groups, that is exactly what we need in the town of Mashpee is, private citizens that are chipping in to help us get the message out for clean water. So I was there, I was in one of the boats, and I just found it completely
That's great.
completely rewarding. You leave here a lot of nights going, oh, why do we do this? But when something like that happens,
That's great.
it was quite nice. The next thing on our agenda is Regulation 25, land subject to coastal flow, discussion on draft performance standards. What I would say to this tonight is that I have response on the standards from just about everyone. Marjorie, I did not get individual standard responses from you in writing. So if you wanted to take some time either now to talk about those or to put them in writing and submit them to us, then I think.
Oh, I was unaware. Did everybody submit written?
I have them, I've got them from Sarah, I've got them from Aaron, I got
Okay.
them from Steve, Sandy's on the committee, I'm on the committee, Alex is on the committee, and that's everyone.
Yeah, so let me have some time and
Get
I'll.
yours, because the way I see this going, according to the process that we followed for all the other regulations that we revised and have promulgated, is that the commissioners give their feedback on the draft. So if there's something there that's bothering you, or there's something that you wanted and it's not there, these are the kinds of things that the subcommittee needs to hear, so that when they go back to change the drafts for whatever reason, because they are drafts, we can incorporate all of that. The goal is for the commission to be comfortable with the regulation the way it's written. Then, in the process, we would take that and have it reviewed by legal counsel. We would then bring it back, knowing that it's got legal validity, at least in the opinion of legal counsel, and we would present all of that to the public to hear what they have to say. Then we would take what they have to say, and we would incorporate that into the draft, if need be. And if need be, we would go back to legal counsel one more time to make sure if we made a change, if that change is going to hold the test of law. Then we have to bring it back for another public hearing, and that would be the promulgation hearing. So, as I said the last time, there are many steps in this process, and it's a long haul. It's been a long haul since the beginning. And until the subcommittee has feedback from every commissioner, and Rich, you would be in this mix as well. You don't have a vote as an associate, but we'd love to hear what your thoughts and views are on the drafts, so that we can, as a subcommittee, incorporate everybody's feelings into that. So when the draft comes back to the commission, again, everybody's had their input.
Right.
And hopefully it would be a smooth night. But, there might be something else that you thought of in the meantime that you wanted to add in or take out. So, but I want to hear from everybody.
Okay.
As chair for this, and
I have heard, oh, I'm sorry. Did
Sure,
you have
go
more? No, I was just going to say, I've heard from several constituents, residents, folks who represent different subgroups. And I had told them that they would have, we thought, as of last week, three more bites at the apple before it would go into promulgation. So it sounds like it's 2 more bites at the apple.
Well, could be a lot of bites of the apple.
There could be a
depending
lot.
on, you know, what comes up from commissioners.
Well, they just asked, is it getting rushed through? I said, by no means. It's very, very difficult, and those of you that are on the work of the subcommittee, I give you enormous credit. So it's been a lot of work, but I will do that. I'm going to another village meeting this weekend, and I will then share that with you and the other members of the committee, the other commissioners, or just the subcommittee.
Send it
To you?
me
Okay.
and Drew.
And Drew?
Yeah, and that way, we're not dealing with any kind of open meeting law
Yeah.
issues. And then we can bring that to the subcommittee, because then we'll have everybody's.
Okay.
Because I know that's on our agenda tonight as well, to look at a possible next meeting for the subcommittee, scheduling of the next bylaw review subcommittee. And I really don't want to schedule that with Drew until I've heard from every commissioner.
All
That was
right.
the goal in bringing it forward to the public on the 2nd, okay?
Okay, will do.
And if there is anything other commissioners tonight want to discuss about those performance standards, I'd, be open to hear that right now in our discussion? No? We're good? Anything from the public? Come on up. But I would ask you to keep this to 3 minutes because of the lateness of the hour.
Do you need a timekeeper?
I think I can keep it under 3.
Perfect. Yes, or Sandy, you're the clerk, if you just keep it, yeah. If we can have
Hi,
your name for
everybody.
the record, please?
I'm John Malloy from Mashpee, and I'm speaking on behalf of PBA, Pompanesett Beach Association, and the Pompanesett Working Group, which represents over 580 homes in Pompanesett. Pompanesett, as I said before, is keenly focused on working in partnership with the town of Mashpee and the Conservation Commission to create a resiliency strategy for our community and more broadly the town, which includes an updated Regulation 25. As I stated at the last meeting, PBA has hired Beals and Thomas, which is a leading expert consulting firm out of Boston. Beals and Thomas was intimately involved in the DEP process that's been ongoing, and was hired by us to review draft 4 of Regulation 25. They're in the process of providing us with their comments and thoughts on the regulation, and we will be sharing those with you once we receive those from them. So our expectation is that we'll have something by the middle of August. My guess is with vacations and all, it'll probably take a couple more weeks. I know last time we talked about our meeting with Steve Cook, and appreciate the update there. Obviously, there's lots more discussion to be had around what some of our comments are and what Beals and Thomas might recommend. We strongly believe it is critical that the Conservation Commission and the town of Mashpee engage in a conversation with the Mashpee community regarding draft Reg 25. We respectfully ask once again that a workshop be held with the town and Mashpee community to discuss the draft Regulation 25 so we can all discuss goals, ideas, issues, concerns, as this regulation is going to have significant long-term technical, safety, and financial impacts on the town of Mashpee. We believe the workshop format is ideal for this type of discussion. In late June, the planning board held a similar workshop at our request at the Mashpee Library to discuss raise and replace regulations. It was well attended by various Mashpee communities and the planning board, and it was very positive, very successful. We had a great dialogue. I really think it would help this process and help the town. So we look forward to following up, but the workshop really just worked well with the planning board, and I'd encourage you to ask them what they thought, because they all told us they thought it was great and they were glad they did it. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, John.
Is there anyone else? Yes. Hello.
Hi there, Brighton Chipper, 1015. I'm going to try to read to go as quickly as I can. Okay, good evening. My name is Margie Ross Dector, and I'm a resident of Mashpee and a board member speaking on behalf of Safe Pompanesett Bay. Today, we wanted to speak to you about the power of partnerships. We are very proud of our role in supporting our strong public-private partnership with Mashpee and with our many local stakeholders. We wanted to offer you an invitation to build on this model of public-private partnerships in order to achieve the critical environmental goals we share for the entire Mashpee community. For those of you who don't know, Save Pompanesett Bay is a 501c3 nonprofit organization which was founded by concerned neighbors in Mashpee back in 1984 when it purchased 2/3 of the Pompanesett Spit from New Seabury Corps. Not many people know this, for $1. The other third is owned by Mass Audubon. The mission of Save Pompanesett Bay is to protect and preserve the Spit in Pompanesett Bay and keep its waterways clean, safe, and navigable for generations to come. And for over 30 years, SPB has been run by an all-volunteer community working board. The Pompanesett Spit itself is a barrier beach peninsula and threatened and endangered species habitat which forms and protects Pompanesett Bay, Aquay Bay, and Mashpee River from Vineyard Sound. While the property is privately owned, we in Audubon are committed to ensuring public access to the Spit for our community of families coming from all parts of Mashpee, for beach recreation, fishing, birding, and destination boating. Mashpee's green economy relies on the Spit and bay to thrive, including tribal shellfishing, oyster farming, and ecotourism such as ride-away kayak and yoga on the beach. Perhaps less known is the Spit's critical role in protecting Mashpee's residential and natural resources, and is why Save Pompanesett Bay is such a strong partnership with the town of Mashpee and the Conservation Commission. We pay for and hold permits to dredge the Pompanesett Island Channel. We supplement the town budget for dredging and enable the town to deposit spoils from its channel dredging. The Spit forms a protective landmass which mitigates flooding and provides storm protection for the bay and landward villages, and its narrow, efficient channel opening ensures critical flushing of Pompanesett Bay, which is essential to improving water quality. In 2013, SPB hired the coastal engineering firm Woods Hole Group to assess the integrity of the Spit and deemed it in critical condition. And since then, we developed a 10-year plan with the town to obtain the necessary permits to improve the sustainability and coastal resilience of the Spit and to create an innovative approach to sustainable sources of sand while expanding the channel access. Before 2013, SPB had been raising approximately $50,000 a year. And over the past 9 years, Save Pompanesett Bay has raised almost $5.5 million. And effectively, we supplement the town budget by about $500,000, $500,000 each year as we perform these town functions. We're grateful for the generosity of our community, which includes over 300 donors. We have contributed approximately $4.5 million in private funds. We further raised about $600,000 from 2 state grants from Mass Coastal Zone Management, that's CZM, which we won in partnership with the town of Mashpee. And 100% of those funds have gone towards maintaining federal, state, and local permits, channel dredging, dune and beach restoration and nourishment, and protecting endangered wildlife on the Spit. We just filed, this is just last week, we just filed our 3rd grant application to CZM and applied for a $2 million grant to support this SPB town initiative. So, why am I talking about this as it relates to Regulation 25? As you know, Regulation 25 is very complicated and will have a significant impact on our community, but maybe you didn't know also on Save Pompanesett Bay's projects, as well as our donor community. Its impacts will need to be fleshed out and understood by the public and by numerous committees and boards in this town. The current state and trajectory of environmental degradation of our community resources is unacceptable. And we need to educate and engage the public and motivate everyone to do something about it, especially when the environmental impacts result from human behavior. To accomplish this, we will need to ensure our community is supportive of both the goals and a variety of solutions that will lead to these critical improvements. So on Monday, it's hot off the presses, on Monday, the Select Board will be discussing Regulation 25. And they will be discussing on whether to hold a workshop for the myriad of stakeholders that will be impacted by Regulation 25. We think that having a workshop is a critical way to ultimately rally the community around our shared environmental goals. We are hoping that members of the Conservation Commission will join us in this community-wide effort. We think it's critical that we all be given the opportunity to engage with the town, neighborhoods, and discuss the many ways we can make a difference. If there's one thing we've learned is in order to get this kind of work done, partnership is the key to success. Everything we've done to save the spit and to save Pompanesett Bay has been accomplished in collaboration with the town and by engaging diverse members of our surrounding community. And as you've heard, we've had a tremendous success. We want to be a part of this critical effort, and we need to bring multiple stakeholders to the table to make sure we get this right. We look forward to building on our successful partnership in the days and weeks to come. Please let us know how we can help.
Yay, thank you so much. Yay! Under the heading of full disclosure, I should tell the commission that I am a member of Save Pompanesett Bay, proudly so, and have been forever. And they're really a tremendous 501c3, which is very nice to hear you say that you went to the Mashpee Wakeby event.
Right.
And we will make sure that Save Poppy Bay invites everybody to their events, which they have frequently.
And it's nice to know that we have a stakeholder sitting on the Conservation Commission.
A stakeholder sitting on the Conservation Commission, and
Yeah. That's nice to hear.
proudly so. Yep.
Nice to hear.
Yeah, it is.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this item? No? Okay, thank you. Our next discussion item is the wastewater GHD engineering pump stations on conservation land. And I don't know who's making that. Well, here they come.
Where am
Good evening. Just for the record, Bob Drake from GHD, along with Anastasia. The reason why we're before you tonight is because the town selected GHD to design their sanitary collection system Phase 2 project. And part of this project involves installing pump stations. And we have two potential pump stations on, or maybe in the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. Tonight we'll be asking permission to, one, do soil borings on these two parcels, and two, to be able to survey these parcels. Then when we gather all the information, submit that information to the town or to the commission for a RDA. Slides, please. Oh, there we go. The first parcel, you have Centuit, it's tough to see here, Centuit Pond on the left. The sanitary tributary area is all highlighted with the inside the red lines. And the reason why we're picking this area around Town Landing is the area is almost like a bowl. The surrounding area is higher elevation, and it all slopes down to where Town Landing is. And if you don't know where Town Landing is, it's that little sort of like peninsula that sticks out. So the land, the topography of the land naturally flows down in that direction. So this is where we would like to site one of the pump stations. The parcels highlighted in red are conservation lands. The parcels in blue are town-owned parcels. And when we first looked at this area to site the pump station, we looked at Town Landing, which is on that peninsula. And that was rejected because we have wetlands. Wetlands are in green, and plus the proximity of Centuit Pond, plus that's where all the people launch their boats, so there's a lot of vehicle traffic in that area, and we just didn't feel it was a good site. The next site that we looked at, or parcel that we looked at, was just north of that Town Landing, the red parcel maintained by the Conservation Commission. You may recognize this parcel. This parcel is just up in front of you for I believe, a proposed parking lot. Yes. Those are abutting Timberland Drive. So we disregarded that parcel because the back side of that parcel isn't conducive to installing a pump station because it's very hilly back there. We did look at some parcels, town-owned parcels to the south of that, Town Landing. Next slide, Dan, please. And even though they look attractive, there's 3 or 4 of these outfall pipes. These parcels drain that whole area. So there's 3 or 4 of these outfall pipes within those parcels. Next slide, Dan, please. And there's also this large concrete wall. So these town-owned parcels were quickly discarded also. So that led us back up into looking for a parcel up by Town Landing, and there's one maintained by the Conservation Commission just south of Town Landing, well, basically across from where the parking lot was approved. And it's an ideal spot. It's nice and flat. There's some big oak trees that run along Timberland Drive, which would act as a nice buffer zone from the hiding the pump station and so forth. So we would like to be able to do a boring on that site and have it surveyed and then present our proposal to you, as I mentioned, in an RDA later on. And we do have a picture of what a typical pump house looks like. This is a newly pump station house, so it was installed on Mashpee Neck. It's roughly 10 foot wide by 10 foot wide by 20 foot long. And this is a typical pump station that we would be installing there. Our next parcel that we're looking at may or may not be within your jurisdiction. We have Main Street, and the road going off to the right is South Sandwich Road. You notice the wetland, or is a vernal pool off to the right there. The parcel of land that we're looking to install a pump station on is 318, which is just to the south of that, and just to the, I would say west of, I believe it's the Noisy Hole Conservation Land. Right now, I did a quick measurement on it, just measuring, scaling it off. We appear to be approximately over 200 feet away from that vernal pool, but we're currently having that area surveyed. So we want to, at least make you aware of, what our thoughts are initially. So hopefully we are outside your jurisdiction, but, after we have that area surveyed, I'll be able to come back and let you guys know on that. So we would also like to, your permission at least to put a soil boring and survey lot or parcel 318 also, moving forward. So with that, we'll answer any of your questions.
Sure.
Do we have this in writing?
Have what in writing?
What you just said? Oh, your presentation?
Sure, we can.
No, I'm just saying it would be great to be able to review it with the slides at some later
It'll
time.
be on the video. It'll be available tomorrow on YouTube.
From the meeting, you mean? Okay.
Are you asking if they have like a narrative currently?
Yeah, I just...
So the idea in this is they would do the soil logs, see if the site's suitable, basically, and then go about doing an RDA, which would include a narrative and the whole shebang.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And show you.
Well, I didn't want to depend on my brain at 10:30 at night to remember everything, because
10:04.
you're so great to stay and to be here. And my babysitter is texting me, and he goes, "Hey, you got me home." So I apologize. I apologize for that. I just wanted to make sure that I could reference back to everything that you said, because I need to be educated on the pump stations.
Yeah, so what we are requesting, as Dan mentioned, we're requesting to be able to do a soil boring on each of the parcels, survey it, and then we would also present how we would more or less locate the pump station on that parcel.
Yeah.
So include all that information within the RDA.
Oh, okay.
With a nice narrative.
Okay.
Could you walk us through the process for collecting the soil boring?
The soil boring is on these sites is basically where they have a vehicle. You've probably seen them out in the roads. Typically, you see them out in the roads. On South Sandwich, they do have a dirt or a grass, almost like driveway in that's locked, and you need a key to swing open, so we would go down that, I'll call it a driveway.
Fire road or something?
Right, and they have an equipment with a drill rig on the back end of it. It's basically a 6-inch hole. And in these cases, for the pump stations, you have to go down quite deep because of the foundation and so forth, because of the wet wells and pumps. We'll be drilling it down about 45 feet. It would take maybe a half a day per location to do. Then they would fill that hole in after they're completed.
And they would fill that in with what?
With the...
Just what was taken out?
Exactly,
or is it just, okay.
exactly. The surrounding soils and so forth. Yeah.
Okay. Would there be any impacts, and maybe we can ask the agents here, would there be any impacts to wildlife or maybe recreational access for us to consider?
No, for recreational access, most definitely not. They'll be there for, you said, a half a day. There's no trails here. This trail, quote, is blocked to the gate because it was Dirt Bike Central. And then you'll see right here, Goodspeed Road is a dirt road. That's a walkable trail.
Okay.
That's actually the trail here that people use because the other one is overgrown, and it's perfect for keeping dirt bikes out, quite frankly. So, but no, there is no disturbance when it comes to that. No wildlife issues or anything of that nature. Okay. You know, so, and then as he said, they fill it right back in. There's no fill brought in. It's just whatever they take out of the hole. So we've seen these, gosh, I've seen them pretty routinely for the past month.
We've been
yeah.
we've been around, it's longer than that. We've been around town since April.
Yeah.
So we've done for this one project alone, we've done over 300 soil borings.
For how many pump stations?
Well, no, this is, we're also, the project also involves installation of sanitary sewer for the town,
I see the
too.
pipe installations
So we
too.
would take
Oh,
these
wow.
gravity sewers up in the timberland area, they would naturally flow down to the pump station. Now, you have to get that sewer flow from the pump station, or from that area, all the way down to the treatment plant, so
Sure.
that's why you need the force main.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I have a question. The two sites that you have in mind, have you researched these sites to see if they're Article 97 lands?
The timberland is in Article 97 land, but we researched the deed also, and there's no restrictions on that.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Dan.
No, that is
Because I know.
correct. We've been doing, Jared's been doing some deep deed searches.
Mhm.
And the other one is not Article 97?
Yeah, they're just conservation, they're not Article 97.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not deed restricted nitrogen areas.
Right.
Yeah.
So neither one of them are Article 97?
Correct.
No, it,
That's a good thing to know,
Yeah.
because I was gonna say, before you do anything, this is what you're gonna have to go
Mhm.
through. For
Yep.
Article 97 land disposition is a tough haul.
Right.
And we had that with the first pump station down off of Quiniquisette Ave in the Woodlands.
Mhm.
And they just couldn't locate the pump
I know
station.
in both of these areas, we really did a lot of research on the
We're
existing
not dealing
parcels,
with that
surrounding
on 97.
parcels, and we did walk the areas, and we did the deed restrictions also on these, so.
Good.
yeah, these are Conscom, right now, well,
Yep.
forever. But they are not Article 97. They have no deed restrictions on them, other than just public access has to be forever, so.
That was the only question I had. I didn't wanna
Yeah.
get going on something and then say, oh, by the way, I'm glad they worked out with those soil bores, but now we got another problem. I
Right.
just wanted to, bring that to your attention.
Jared and I have been communicating.
actually-
Yeah.
The Main Street parcel, the one off, across from South Sandwich Road, is actually Mashpee tax staking land. It's not Concom land. The one on
Oh,
Timberlane is Concom
318,
land.
you're right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't know, Drew, if we're gonna be within the jurisdiction of that, the vernal pool
Well,
there.
land ownership and jurisdiction are separate issues, so I just
Right.
wanted to clarify about land ownership
Okay.
in these respective locations. But the RDA you'll address the wetland aspects when that gets filed.
Right. Yeah, there's a no touch on vernal pools for, is it 150 now that we have? that?
It is 150 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
150 for us,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we,
But
you know,
those details will be presented in an RDA to the commission when it comes time.
Yep. Okay, that's the only question I had was Article 97.
Yeah.
Nothing else?
You guys are great.
Great,
thank
Oh,
you.
thank
Oh.
you.
One more question. I'm so sorry. Is there any need for like a cultural resource review for digging down that deep? here? Some of these undeveloped lands?
Right, we're engaging with PAL right now, so we will be doing
there's an
this.
archaeological survey that's going to be done on each of these sites also,
Prior to installation, but not prior to the soil bore, is that right?
prior to installation.
I see. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Hey,
I guess we're good.
great.
You want to do a vote, just to solidify it?
To authorize the soil bore?
Yeah.
Sure. I didn't know that we were voting on that, but
I wasn't 100%.
I mean, you can take a vote on it if you'd like. It's typical that any exploration of, you know, for the purpose of data collection,
right.
you know, whether it's test pits for septic systems is typically overseen by staff. I mean, the commission can take a vote if you'd like, but historically it's just been overseen by staff, and if we're comfortable with it, we authorize it to proceed knowing that there's no impact, and if we feel that it's going to have impact, we would bring it before the commission.
Right. Because we don't have vote stated on the agenda, I'm a little concerned about OML. I would rather just have it in administrative staff, just so that we don't run into a foul with somebody that wants to say, hey, you're voting on something, we weren't notified, and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I agree.
that makes sense to me.
Yep.
So rather than take a vote,
Let's not.
thank you for your presentation, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night, thank you for staying.
Sorry for the long wait, but this is our
Thanks for
world.
staying so long, too. Of course.
Okay.
Is there a way to make a motion at this point? Would it be in order to table the other items that are coming up?
There's one item that we may need to deal with, this 190 Monomoy Square Road appeal updates. Is there something that we need to know about that?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, Paul, in that,
Oh, okay.
you know, in reference to the November 16th, 2023 minutes, that
Yes.
we can get those approved by August 8th because the deadline got extended from July 19th to August 16th. So to get those minutes approved would be the last piece of the administrative record for me to file with the attorney.
Yeah.
And that's the only update related to that agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I don't see anything else on here that's pressing. If somebody would like to put an end to this meeting, I would.
I make a motion to adjourn. Second.
Oh, there is a
With
second. I
great
didn't think it was gonna carry for a second.
love to everybody that,
No discussion, I'll take a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote, yeah, I know you would vote yes as well, Rich. And
You're
I should
right,
have
I would
explained to the audience again that the reason I don't call on you to vote, because some people might think, why isn't this guy doing anything? But you know what
I do.
the protocol is, and I vote yes as well.
Great.
So we're out.
And we will, this is completely off the,
Thank you.
no longer on the agenda.